Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. I'm Emmanuel, I'm an Airbus A330 pilot, and welcome to, I think, our first live stream with the A350, isn't it? At least I don't recall one in the past. Well, this is surely going to be an interesting one with very good time starting it as well, since Swiss has just gotten their first Airbus A350 and are currently using it for line training, which basically means as much as they're using it on short haul. Namely, destinations include all based from Zurich, Geneva, Prague and Hanover. And since there is VATSIM ATC booked for Hanover today, and since there is a great scenery available for it, I thought, well, then let's fly to Hanover. Now, you all know it's Tuesday, and Tuesday most definitely means that Zurich is going to see its event later today, which means we better get out of here quickly, because the arrival is going to be pretty busy with quite some holdings expected. And overall, since I do have a little bit of annual leave at the moment, I really don't want to be going to bed, at midnight or something. But that much about some general stuff over here. Let's go ahead and actually start entering our Airbus for a little bit of flying, shall we? So, couple basics. We are using the inbuilt A350 in the version that's current at the moment on the 11th of November, just in case you're watching this one in the aftermath later on. And we are using the sim update for beta for this. Apart from that, we are just using standard VATSIM stuff. You guys are familiar with that, so probably don't need to go any more into detail over there. So, also a big hi to the chat, and Marty Said has the very first question of the evening. Why does the A350 with the runway turn-off light not have a button on the panel? Because you would always operate the two buttons simultaneously in the real world anyway, so might as well remove the button and therefore remove the possible cost that could come from repairing it and just make it one single button. Okay, so then let's get straight into this. And here's something that I've really been wondering about. If you look at the panel, it's missing a lot of detail. I tried reinstalling the A350, I tried about everything. So if any of you guys has an idea about what's going on there, then please be so kind to share it, because I just couldn't find a solution for that. I really couldn't. So if any of you has an idea about why there are so few lines, yeah, I tried reloading the flight Kakashi, but that would not solve it. In any case, let's just go ahead and do a quick IRS alignment here and see if that becomes better when we do that, because otherwise our A350 would have some problems, and I really don't want to fly it, looking that strange. And Felix, does the WinRing stuff work with the inbuilt A350? Well, I couldn't actually yeah, it does. Just trying it right now. It does. And Scott, yeah, I tried the A350 on the sim update 4 as well, and it did work in the past. It's only really now that this happened. I flew it yesterday, and it worked, so really strange. Okay, let's quickly go ahead and run into the settings here, IRS alignment, make that instant, and see what happens when we go up here, align the IRSs. What the? What is this? There's something seriously wrong here. Let's quickly request the flight plan here so that the airplane knows what to align itself on. This is aligned, isn't it? DSGO401, I did try to restart the game and the problem persisted. What we could possibly try is to delete the WASM folder and then restart the sim. I think that might be the best idea here, huh? And Kakashi, that may be worth a try, just loading a different panel state. Let's just try on ground power. Nope. Oh god. Okay guys, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. Let's just move down here. First of all, hello there. And then I'm just gonna shut the sim down in the background. Delete the WASM folder. And that's hopefully going to solve the entire problem. Hopefully. Of course, something like this has to happen when you do a live stream, huh? Always does. It's just absolutely lovely when stuff like that happens when you try to go live. Yesterday the plane worked fine. Today, nope. Okay. And Hornet J, change to fly-by-wire A380. I tell you what, I tried to record a video with the A380 yesterday evening. And what happened? Well, the thing crashed overnight. So, not particularly keen on doing that right now. But anyway, we've just deleted the WASM folder. Simulator is restarting in the background, so hopefully that is going to solve it. Hopefully. I did try to restart the sim in between. That's the reason why we started a few minutes late. Couldn't do much about it, I guess. But anyway, since we are currently in a holding anyway, let's have a very quick look at the chat. And Scott, got a little question. Updated my A340 and can't find the fix info page anymore. Anyone know where it's located now? It's the same location. You go to the lateral revision page from the from waypoint, and then you should have it either on the top right or on the bottom left, depending on the revision that they have. Hey Corby, good morning to New Zealand. Yeah, it's unbelievable, it's morning for you. Over here it's just about evening, 5:40 p.m. Obviously the simulator takes a little time to start now. Might as well just show you that. Here we are, waiting. Probably waiting for a little bit longer. And Team Simple, no, you can't get the fix info page on the destination airport page. It's only on the from waypoint, respectively the departure runway. And Petras, interesting, had the same problem with PMDG. Okay. Alpha Polo, hi. No, we are going to Hanover because Hanover has ATC online, or at least has ATC booked. For Prague, I couldn't find anything. Otherwise, it would have been a very interesting destination. And Marty, no speculation about the airline, please. Because if I would officially identify as an airline employee, then I could close the channel immediately. Social media policy. Alright, so let's try that again. Bravo 38, load as departure airport, start flight, and then let's see what we're going to get. Obviously this is going to take a little time now. And Ricardo, how many hours am I flying per month in real life? Usually between 60 and 80. It really depends on the type of trips that I get. If it's long trips, like for example flying from, let's say somewhere to Africa where you only go like once a week, then you might get to stay 7 days. When you do that, then you can only do 3 trips per month, provided that every trip is that long, and therefore about 60 hours, assuming around 10 hours per flight. Now, if you do shorter trips, for example Florida, where you just stay for 24 hours, or the Caribbean, that is always interesting. Sometimes you got 24 hours layover in the Caribbean, sometimes up to a week, so that way That way it really depends, but let's say you just do a minimum flights, then you will do like 80 hours because you'll be doing 4 flights, sometimes even 5 trips, which would get you up to 100 hours, but then you get a lovely amount of overtime payment, so I'm not gonna complain about that. I'll take the couple $1,000 you get extra. And Command Head, why do airlines have a policy like that? Well, the main problem is that airlines want to control their own appearance in social media. And not just social media, but the mainstream media as well. Because a lot of journalists are just, you know, doing their research on social media these days. Yeah, I know, highly professional, but, you know, there's always that. Now, if you went to social media and said like, hey, I'm an employee of airline XYZ. You know, if I go to YouTube and say, hey, I work for Air Koryo and these are my opinions, then people will quickly say like, oh, that Air Koryo guy is saying this and that. And that could very quickly bring the airline into trouble that they just don't want to have. For that reason, you're not allowed to identify as airline employee. At least in many, many airlines, you're not allowed to publicly identify there. Okay, so let's hope that it's eventually going to load the WASM, you know. And ASAP, are you allowed after you retire? Well, let's put it that way. If you leave an airline, or if you leave your employer, then the employer cannot enforce any of their rules on you anymore. So what could the consequences be of saying, hey, I work there? They could say, send you a letter saying, hey, please don't. But they couldn't enforce it anymore. While, as long as you're working there, they could, you know, do stuff. Theoretically. Of course, that does not involve corporate secrets, which your employment contract is always going to disallow you from mentioning. So, employment secrets are a different thing. But, you know, stuff like, hey, I worked for that airline. These are my opinions. Nobody can forbid you that. And Official Spy, hi. Welcome in the comments. Currently training towards my PPL in South Africa. What's a piece of solid advice coming from an airline pilot? I would say the best piece of advice is to take every one part of that training serious. I know that there are things, especially in theory, that may seem boring or that may seem useless, especially when it comes to nowadays airlines and, you know, modern flight computers. Like, why would I need to know how to create a flight plan by hand? Well, I can tell you why. Because the knowledge required to do that is really quite useful. And you will never know when you might need it. Of course, you're not going to fly an airliner with a flight plan that you drew up by hand. There's no doubt about that. But, you know, the background, the stuff that goes into it, that may be important at some point in your career. So guys, there are the batteries. Batteries, external power, now's the big moment. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Alright, so the restart and the and killing the WASM folder did it. Good. So here we are, ready for attempt number 2. Let's hope that nobody logged in at our stand in the meantime. But no, it doesn't look like it. Okay, good. Then let's quickly go ahead and remove any of that traffic. And that's looking fantastic. Alright, beautiful. So here we are, finally in the aircraft. Alright, so then let's go ahead and start setting up. So first things first, I want some light here. 1 and 2. Beautiful. Cool, so let's assume that we just came on board the aircraft here. We are, of course, going to reset the IRS alignment option. Aircraft weathering, well, that's obviously going to be 0 here, brand new aircraft. Apart from that, I couldn't really find much on what the actual Swiss cockpit looks like, so we're just going to do it this way over here. And third-party controls are obviously going to be set. Oh, of course I deleted the IRAC. Update that, please. So third-party controls will obviously be set to Hoppy controls, provided I can find them. It's got so used to how the A350 is doing that. Actually, we don't need Hoppy controls, we can select that right in here. Okay, been a little while. And CG, Swiss uses the new displays. Okay, interesting. So that's quite the waste of money, because the new displays cost like 50,000 bucks more than the old ones. But here we go. Alright, then GSX, operate the jetways please, handling by shipport, and then you can also go ahead and do the catering services please. And we'll get Gate Gourmet Catering. Alrighty. And a lot of H's. I'm not 100% sure how to pronounce your username. Does aircraft weathering affect the coefficient of drag or any other performance-related characteristics? No, the sim doesn't allow that. So it only affects the visuals. Okay, so finally, 21 minutes after the live stream started, we have made it to a point where we can actually talk about flying aircraft. So let's start by importing our SimReef flight plan. Alex IFA and Swiss 5 Mike Tango. Operational flight plan. Alright, so God, I hate it that you have to go that close. Okay, we're flying from Zurich to Hanover, which is one of the real-world flight that Swiss is doing on the A350s at the moment. And, well, as you can see, pretty much a straight line. And looking at the significant weather chart, nothing on there. Very easy going. And Mark H, I'm not a fan of Swissport, you guess. Oh yeah, you guess absolutely right. They cost me so many hours of my life, in which they created unnecessary delays that I've just been sitting around in the 737 back in the days. So, not a fan of that company, no. Alright, so let's go ahead and have a look then. We're departing Zurich, and we got clear skies, variable winds. We'll find out about the departure runway in a few moments. And then going into Hanover, clear skies, few clouds in the forecast, westerly winds, so runway 27 is going to be active over there. Apart from that, our first outlet is Hamburg, beautiful weather conditions, so we expect to arrive at around, well, 1800 UTC, and as we can see, 230 at 11 and few 25, that is only temporary, becoming 170 at 6, easy going, very easy going, beautiful weather conditions today. We're not going to make that departure time, because it would have been 7 minutes in the past. In other words, we are running late, but this is the real world time of the actual flight, so running a little bit late might actually not be unrealistic here. No limits on the weights. Forget about the arrival time, we are late, can't change it, but what we can do is to take a little bit of extra fuel to fly some faster. So let's see, our fuel, 30 minutes plus 39 minutes means we arrive with more than an hour. The hour should be considered minimum there. And Alpha Polo, is the rec not supposed to be Hotel Bravo, India Fox Alpha? Did I enter LX? Oh yeah, it's supposed to be Hotel Bravo. LX is the airline code of Swiss. I messed that up when I created the SimRief. When I created the SimRief plan. Okay, so Costinix 400 shoves off a minute. Wow. Okay, not worth it. So we got 11.7 plus 600, 12.3. Do we take more? Well, 12.5 to cover for a little bit of taxi delay, but apart from that we don't need to take anything significant here. So let's do the SimRief import. For the fuel we're gonna go with 12.5 like that, and then we can not do anything here. Why are those grayed out? What's going on here? Is GSX fucking us again? Seems like it, huh? Can't do anything. Okay, load with GSX, because why wouldn't we? I hate this program. And Onyx, is any of the members only video that I posted going to go public? Over time they're all going public. You know, the way I'm doing this channel is that when I got some time off, aka when I got some, you know, time between flights or annual leave or something, then I'm creating dozens of videos, like I think it's 15 now. I upload them all for channel members, and then over time they're going live when I'm flying and that kind of stuff. Mark H, GSX PTSD. Yeah, you name it, man, you name it. Okay, so everything should be going on now. Fuel just missing 500 kilos, that should be done quickly. Now let's actually start the safety inspection here. Engine start selector norm, engine master levers off, the gear lever is down and the wipers are off. Batteries are on anyway, so we no longer need to check the voltage. Then the ADRs 1, 2 and 3 going into nav mode. Up here everything's set. We are still waiting for our fuel, so the seatbelt signs are going to remain off for the time being. Fire test is looking good. Alright, then let's move down here. ATC COM and VATSIM is selected, perfect. ADSC is armed, message record is erased. ATIS probably do not have anything online, I guess. So let's start over here. Aircraft status A350-900 and the nav database is up to date. Any of the stored elements are deleted, probably because I deleted the WASM folder. And Felix, you are right, I would probably not have that problem with PMDG. But even with PMDG aircraft, GSX still manages to F you. So, no further comment on that, huh? Alright, here we go. This is where they put it. So, flight number 828, Diggers 3 Whiskey, and where are 2 Papa, runway 27 from Zurich to Hanover. Looks good. Alright, flight is initialized, then let's go down here, update all, see if we can get ourselves some weather. And, well, here we go. No ATIS online at any of those airports at the moment, but that's fine. So Zurich variable 2, 9 degrees, 1017. What are you doing? No. Yeah. Give me block fuel from SimRief. Why can I not select the custom fuel quantity with GSX? How silly is that? So we have to go with the absolute minimum. Okay. Gonna make it interesting. For sure for the flight back. Alright, so, my apologies for being a little silent here. I was just checking the chat. Why is there no data in FMS? You should have an airport in there. So, Zurich, they say 28 down here, shall be fine with me. That's all looking good. To compute. And here we go. Surprise, we can only get 37 degrees of flags. I mean, it's a 2,500 meter runway for an A350, but only 37 degrees flags? Okay. Suppose we have to take it like that. In any case, the rest is looking good down here. Then let's go ahead and find our charts. We take the APC, we take the AGC. We don't have any SID or runway info just yet, but if any of you has a second screen and wants to look up which departure runway we might expect, aka go to Flight Radar and see where they're taking off on, then I would absolutely welcome that. Alright, in the meantime we are done with the weather down here, so let's go ahead and check the oxygen pressure, which is good. Rain repellent is on norm. Then hydraulic page, and for that I'm using my WinWing eCam, so thank you once again to WinWing for actually supplying that. Now as you can see, it works with the A350 just about fine. Okay, so the quantities are good. Then let's have a look at the engine page, and the oil quantity is good as well. Perfect. So down here the flaps are up, the spoilers are retracted, both of those are set, and then we can release the park and brake and press the brake pedals. We can see the accumulator pressure is dropping down there. Set the brake again, and here's some lovely advancement of the A350 over the old school Airbuses, and that's the accumulator reinflation button. So you don't need to pressurize the entire hydraulic system for that. You can simply use the accumulator reinflate button. And Moritz, takeoff runway 28 and runway 16. Perfect, thank you very much. And the same, of course, goes to Mark as well. So we can choose, and I would say we're probably going to go for runway 28 because it's more interesting, isn't it? And Flight Sim Fun, I don't know the ETA yet. It's going to be at some point where there is ATC online, which starts in an hour. So, I don't know, maybe in an hour and a half or so. Probably a little bit later. But we are going to do the return flight as well. Okay, so, we've done that. We're done over here. Then let's start with the pre-flight procedure. And our boarding can probably be requested by now as well. So, request boarding. Refueling is completed down here. But since GSX only gave us the absolute minimum fuel, what I am going to do is to request an air conditioning unit. Because, looking down here, it's 12 to 14 degrees inside. Man, I really start liking that WinWing eCam. It's a nice tool. Okay, so, and Onyx, yeah, as mentioned earlier, it's very hard to actually find some good data on what the Swiss A350 cockpit looks like, but you say no standby enough and no brake fan, then we can most definitely remove those. Nope, not in here, but in here. So, let's see. I think that's going to be down here. Equipment options, standby nav display off, and you said no brake fan either, so let's deselect those as well. Alright, here we go. And Kakashi, absolutely. As soon as offsets are integrated into the A340, we will do the transatlantic tutorial. And Daniel, why did I upload all those videos today? Basically because I created them over the past week, but today I finally took the time to actually create all the thumbnails. So many of them were uploaded for a while already, but just didn't have thumbnails. And so today I finally decided to do that. Alright, so then we've got pretty much everything done down here, so let's go ahead and start the actual pre-flight procedure. So down here everything is done, then refueling is complete, so the pumps are coming on, everything's set. Now we don't have any... We do not have any payload that would require temperature control, so by setting the temperature regulator to off, we can save like, I think it was 0.5% of fuel, which is quite a lot of money if you think about it. CBR test is good, reset buttons are all in. Then going down here, we got a QNH of 1017, set once and twice. Alright, and all the rest is set as well. So, moving down 1228 will be active. I'm not gonna put it active just yet. Now, why would anyone put data into VHF2 is beyond me, but I ain't gonna complain. You can see I'm still a little bit motivated by the earlier problems we had with the WASM reset and stuff like that. Mainly because I know now it's going to become a rather long live stream. But okay, so we're done setting everything up over here, so let's go into the FMS setup. Okay, so starting on the init page, Swiss 5 more Tango, Zurich to Hanover, alternate Hamburg, flat level 340. So, temperature in cruise is going to be minus 36. And the tropopause is in 36,000, so that's actually correct. We can already do the company wind request because we are not going to do any step climbs over here. And Mahdi Said, why on the A350 engine failure in Tahiti do I not set toga after the engine failure? Because it's not required. Your takeoff data is calculated to be safe, so you don't need to advance thrust to toga. Okay, so all that stuff is done. The IRSs have aligned on the GNSS position, perfect. Then departure, runway 28, and we got the Degas 3 Whiskey departure, Tempe and insert, and then we're going into Hanover with an ILS approach runway 27 left most likely. I'll tell you what, let's take 27 right, because it's just that little bit longer. Probably not the wrong decision to make here, flying a wide body. Okay, so all that good stuff is in, and I think we are going to arrive via Sarstedt. Okay. Tempe and insert. Now let's quickly go ahead and create the engine out routing, and that's gonna be a little bit of an interesting one. So first things first, I could of course have prepared that, I didn't, so let's go to the website of Blackbox 711, and over there we can find those engine out sets. I just really love his engine outset database. Okay, so from runway 28 to 1.5 DME Cloten, left turn, proceed radial 270 until 15 DME, then right turn to depot and hold. So let's go ahead and start on the fix info page. So let's start by inserting our departure runway. That's gonna be Zurich 28. Then we need the runway heading, which is 274. Then we need Kilo Lima Oscar. That's the nearest one, that one. 1.5 mile ring, and the airplane can't do that. Okay, lovely. On that case, we can continue by drawing the 15 mile ring, and we'll have to do the 1.5 miles manually. And well, that should have been over here. And then we gotta delete this one here again. Clear? Okay, so Kilo Lima Oscar, and we'll fly on the radial 270 outbound. So let's enter 270 until 15 miles, which we got, and then to depot. Like that. Alright, let's have a look. So, have to admit this looks rather confusing. In that case, let's actually remove the runway heading and just take the Zurich radial outbound. So, Cloten 270 until 15, and then to depot, which is over here. Okay. That actually doesn't look too bad. Alright, so now secondary, and this is the actual challenge, creating this one on the secondary flight plan. So what I'm going to do is, because the Kloten VOR is almost at the same point at the runway waypoint, and we got the Kloten 2 point here, which is probably the easiest thing to do. I will go from here, insert next waypoint, and this is going to be Kilo Lima Oscar slash... How can I enter a slash? (270/15). Why is it putting that? Oh, that's nonsense. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, that was a typo on my side, that's okay. So insert next waypoint, PBD01. That's what we wanted. Why didn't it do that in the first place? I suppose we don't have to know. So, to Gipol, and over there we can enter holding. And why did it say simulation paused? Why did the simulator pause? There are things you just don't have to understand, I guess. Alright, so, let's have a look into the charts and see the airfield chart. That one should hopefully have the Gipol holding included. So, Gipol 077, right-hand turns, 1 minute lag time. You can see that over here. That's the inbound course. And right-hand turns, kind of obvious, and 1 minute. So inbound course 077, right turns, lag time 1 minute. Here we go. Alright, that's good. Now, new destination, return to Zurich. And that's going to be an approach runway 14 then with the ILS. Alright, and that is looking pretty good. Wonderful. So then we can continue to the init page and the nav aids. Over here I'm going to tune Kilo Lima Oscar hard, so that we have it for the first turn. Then to the fuel and load. And we'll have a zero fuel weight of 169.7. CG is not known at the time, 12.2 is the block fuel, passengers not known, taxi point 6 looks good, then let's find the rest. So, contingency 0.5, alternate 3.4, final 2.3. Like this. Perfect, now for the takeoff performance, let's get it from here, send to FMS. And confirm. Okay, and here's our takeoff performance printing. So, noise abatement procedure number 1, which means acceleration in 4,400 and engine out acceleration 2,900. Position monitor, this will be our departure runway, so Zurich runway 28. And now onto the climb page, auto derate is selected, beautiful. The optimum is of course much higher than our expected cruising level, but 340 is the optimum level calculated by SimReef and actually is the optimum level in, or rather the level that they used in the real world as well. So I think it's safe to say that we can take this. Do believe 7,000 is the initial climb, but let's see if we can find a chart. So, runway 28. That under the amount of 5 sets, or which one is it? And Alessandro, can the A350 do GLS approaches without Navigraph? I'm not 100% sure. Okay, Degas 3 Whiskey is on here, perfect, so it's on of 5 sets runway 25. runway 28, of course. Now let's find that same chart. Here it is. SID PT, initial climb 5000. Like that. Perfect. Alright, the airport has loaded down here as well. I like it. This is going slowly but steadily. Everything is going the way I want it to. It took a little while, but here we are. Okay, so that should be our setup completed. Let's quickly do the oxygen test. We should hear something. Looks like they didn't implement that sound, but okay. Alright, good. Then we are done setting our airplane up down here. Finally! And Daniel, excellent question. Do I think it's more fun to fly the 737, the A220 or the A350? Honestly, I don't think it makes much of a difference. If you know how to operate the aircraft, then I would say pretty much any aircraft is about the same fun. Because after all, they all do the same thing. It's just different ways of getting there. Okay, so give me a little bit of brightness back. Something like that. Looks good, doesn't it? Alright, perfect. So everything is done. Then let's just bring that SID chart up again. MSA 4.5, 5.7. Yeah, 5.7 is the highest on the departure. Those 9.2 over here. By that time we'll be in level 200, probably. Okay, cool. Then let's go ahead and actually start our departure briefing. So we're leaving Zurich, runway 28. We got the Degas 3 Whiskey departure, initial climb 5,000 feet. Departure, well, for the time being it's Honeycomb. We'll see if something comes online by the time we want to leave. And we've got an MSA up to 5,600 reasonably, so 6,000 is going to keep us safe after our takeoff. 5,000 even in case of an engine out, since that brings us all into the 4.5 sector. So 5,000 keeps us safe there. Apart from that, nothing special over here, and extra fuel and time's not getting calculated right now, but it will be 0. Okay, now we are going to leave with a pushback probably to the left-hand side. We've got nothing in terms of hotspots for our taxi out. Stop margin for an RTO is going to be, well, probably 1 meter, because, well, short runway and stuff. So definitely runway limited. In other words, we are go-minded if possible. If we need to make an immediate return, we are below the maximum landing weight, so that's not going to be much of an issue. Runway 14 is the... Hello, where's my chart? Runway 14 is the landing runway, so if we need to make a return, then we're going to come back to runway 14. So, specials, non-standards, 210 knots for the first turn, and our clean speed is far below that, so we can clean up all the way. And we've got nothing in terms of the threats. Well, terrain is obviously one in Zurich, but we're familiar with it. So, terrain is play nonetheless to mitigate against the issue, but I don't see many problems here. Any questions or suggestions? No? Alright. Then, give me the cockpit preparation checklist, please. Gear pins and covers. So just to be 100% sure, are removed. Fuel quantity. So we have 12,200 kilograms balanced. Barrel reference, QNH 1017. Cockpit preparation checklist complete. Okay, now comes the difficult part. Trying to say hello to the passengers in Schweizerdeutsch. Einen schönen guten Abend, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, aus dem Cockpit spricht hier Kapitän. Mein Name ist Manuel und im Namen der Swiss darf ich Sie ganz herzlich an Bord unseres Airbus A350 auf unserem Flug nach Hannover begrüßen. Die Flugzeit heute wird ca. 1 Stunde betragen und wir erwarten einen ruhigen Flug. Machen Sie es sich bei uns an Bord gemütlich, lehnen Sie sich zurück und wir melden uns dann im Anflug mit den neuesten Wetterbedingungen. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening from the flight deck. This is your captain speaking. My name is Emanuel, and in the name of Swiss, welcome aboard our newest Airbus A350 on our flight to Hanover. Today's flight time will be about an hour, expecting a smooth flight at an altitude of 34,000 feet. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight with us, and we'll get back to you with the latest weather when we start the approach to our destination airport. Alright, any Swiss out there, kill me, but I think I managed that quite okay. Alright, so looking into the chat down there, Daniel, which aircraft has the highest fidelity in flight simulation, the PMDG 737, Synaptic A220, or the Unibuilds A350? Well, that's an easy one, that's the PMDG. Now, I don't know about the Synaptic because it isn't released. The A350 is pretty good, both during normal operation as well as some of the abnormal operations, but the PMDG is just excellent in any of those. Alright, so, Jordi, excellent question there. How do you find the long-haul lifestyle after a few years? Did you ever miss short-haul, or are you glad to be done with it? Oh, I'm glad to be done with it. An occasional short-haul is nice. This summer I did like 4 flights to Palma de Mallorca on the A330, which were fun occasionally, but, you know, if I ever have to do a 4-sector day again, at least in the closer future, maybe at some point in the future, but in the closer future, no. No thanks. Alright, so let's start the APU now. And then let's go ahead and do some performance figures. So 169.7 and 29.8. 1697 is on board and 29.8. So passengers, we've got 283. And now it should be able to calculate something, at least I hope so. In the meantime, takeoff performance should stay valid since our weight is unchanged and pretty much everything is done down here, isn't it? And user, I'm not sure if I would go to Lufthansa on the A320 anymore, because it would take 20 times to become captain there. So I would probably be first officer for the rest of my life. So therefore, I would probably actually not go to Lufthansa on the A320. Alrighty, then we've got most of the stuff done. APU is available. At this moment there is no ATC online, but let's go ahead and go to Honeycomb here, and then we can call GSX for our pushback. And plane spotting in Zurich. My PC specs are in the video description, and how much did it cost? Far too much. Honestly, 5,000 bucks or something? Definitely too much. Alright, APU is available, APU bleed on, and external power can be disconnected, please. From cockpit. Hi. So the parking brake is set. You can remove all the ground equipment, please, and then please prepare the airplane for pushback and departure. So lights on, and well, then we are good to go. And I guess since there is no ATC online over here, we are just gonna push back like that. So transponder on, beacon on, and before start checklist. So parking brake is set, takeoff speeds and thrust. V1 130, VR 134, V2 142, flex 37, slides, armed, and nose wheel steering disconnect memo is checked. Default start checklist complete. So, ground for flight, pushback approved, facing west on Mike, please. Alright, and then Zurich traffic, Swiss 5, Mike Tango Heavy, Pushback, stand Bravo 38. So, parking brake is released, area behind is actually clear. I'm so not used to having to track that anymore. Alright, and here we go. So, 5,000 initial climb and transponder 2,000 for the time being. Hi. Alright, cool. So then, start sequence will be 1 and 2, and we'll start with engine number 1. So, FedEx powering, then we should give it 10 seconds. Okay, engine 1 start. Don't need the timer anymore. And Moritz, do I enjoy texting with subscribers on VATSIM? Really depends. You know, when I'm doing longer flights and I have time available, then absolutely. I do absolutely enjoy the interaction. However, since I'm usually filming when I'm recording something, the constant beeping is probably something that the audience gets a little confused about. So it really depends. It's nice when I have the time, which unfortunately I do not always have. And Hornet, does the WinWing AGP display the landing gear position with the A350? It doesn't. Alright, good start number 1, starting engine 2. And pushback completed, set parking brakes. Parking brake set. Ooh, what is it doing now? Tilting me to the left. GSX is doing weird things again. Okay, looks like we got a good start in engine number 2 as well. The tuck is getting disconnected right now. I like it. Alright. Ground flight, we have 2 good engine starts. Please prepare the airplane for taxi, and then I'll see you with the clear signal on the right hand side. Just. Okay, so where's the clear signal? There he is, and walking away. Good. So flight control track. Full up. Full down. Neutral. Full left.
Zurich traffic,
full right.
37 Victor, attain downwind,
neutral,
runway,
rudder.
14.
Full left.
Zurich.
Full right. And neutral. After start checklist. Anti-ice, off, flight controls, checked, ground equipment, or ground clearance, received. After start checklist, complete. Zurich is 5 Echo, correction 5 Mike Tango, taxi runway 28 via Echo and Alpha. So left side is clear, right side is clear. Dome light coming off, and then let's go. And looks like deleting the WASM folder has actually killed my throttle assignments, so let's quickly do that again. Throttle calibration, idle, set. Here we go.
Traffic Austrian 1 for 3 Airbus 321. Service on the runway 14 miles up.
So taxiing out via Mike onto Echo, then all the way straight right onto Alpha to the holding point runway 28. And Javorsko, have I been recognized by real-life ATC or pilots due to my YouTube? Oh, you bet I have. Actually had one pretty interesting discussion once. When we flew over the Atlantic, we made our first call with Brest, and I hadn't talked about my channel with the colleague for like the entire trip. So I called Brest and he was like, "Are you A330 driver?" Colleague looks at me, grabs the PTT like, "Yes, we are driving an A330, why are you asking?" I'm like, no, let me do that. That was funny. Okay, so straight ahead all the way to the end, and that's that. Now here's something that's a little bit weird. In order to arm the auto brake switch over here, Winwing seems to have assigned every 3 of the auto brake buttons on the AGP. I mean, interesting, isn't it? Takeoff config test, though, does actually not do anything just yet, but that may be because we're still waiting for the cabin. Okay, we're going to turn right onto Alpha here.
Traffic Swiss 37 Victor is turning base, runway 14 Zurich.
And the right side is clear. Alright, the cabin is ready. Takeoff config. Normal. I love the Winwing AGP. Having that stuff right in front of myself is just great. Okay, cool. So that's all looking good. Then let's do the taxi checklist. Flap setting, config 1+F, radar on, taxi checklist complete. I love it when things are that easy. Daniel, excellent question. Do I think it is important to have Navigraph charts over the default flight simulator charts? If you're just asking me about the charts, the answer is no. I am a huge fan of the Lido charts, which Flight Simulator provides by default. But Navigraph is still an important provider for navigation data, so I absolutely have to encourage getting real-world up-to-date nav data, especially because many flight sim aircraft at this point still do not support the default simulator data, which has gotten better but still isn't perfect. And one of the big advantages of Navigraph charts over the Lido charts that come with a sim by default is that Navigraph features JPESN, which features a lot more airports. Lido is a company that makes charts for airlines, and they're optimized for use in airliners. But if you're also flying general aviation, then the Navigraph charts are still very, very important. But I'm very happy that we have both available as an option. And Philip, is there a special reason why we're on the A350 today? Yeah, you guys voted for it.
Traffic Austrian 1 for takeoff 3 miles, flat final runway 14 Zurich traffic.
Zurich traffic, Swiss 5 Mike, Tango Heavy, line up and takeoff runway 28. Okay, the approach is clear.
Zurich traffic, Swiss 558 Foxtrot, pushing back from Alpha 57, Zurich traffic.
So, line-up checklist, please. And let's actually just quickly do the lineup for real. So, takeoff with the ANF is not allowed. We're going to deselect that now. Here we go, and we'll go for terrain and, well, U2. Alright, lineup checklist. Cabin is secured. Takeoff runway 28 full length. Packs 1 and 2 off. Lineup checklist complete. Alright, are you guys ready? Then, takeoff.
Zurich traffic, Swiss 37 Victor is 90 DME, final runway 14 Zurich.
Manflex 37, SRS, runway auto thrust blue. Thrust set. 100 knots.
Traffic option 143 Papa, runway 14 vacated.
V1.
Rotate. Positive climb. Gear up. Nav. Checked. Look at that rate of climb here. 4,500 feet a minute. Thrust decline, auto thrust. Alright then, continue the climb. For now, flight level 100. Higher later. Climb. Flap 0. Eject. Flaps 0. Now, why has it sequenced the entire set? It's not supposed to do that. But that's something that I recently noticed on the A340 as well. Has to be general INI builds code that does not get this departure right. In general, we should be on the course 252 inbound to waypoint 552 and not, you know, direct, as you can see nicely here on the chart. Okay, so let's continue the climb over here. We're looking for level 340 for the cruise.
Traffic option 143 Papa.
That's all cruise, flight level 340 blue.
Are you already on the runway or maybe cross before? Okay, we hold short on Juliet, so have it wait option 154.
Hey, that was some nice coordination going on there. So, is that standard? Standard, cross-checked, passing, flight level 74, now, checked. We can disregard the flight director for the turn. Because, well, we don't have valid nav data at the moment.
Traffic option 143 Papa via Juliet, we turn to runway 28.
Alright, I think now it slowly will start showing us something valid here. Just look at how this airplane climbs. The A340 on a long haul would be in what, 2,000 feet now? The 350 is a nice aircraft, isn't it? Really nice aircraft.
direct traffic, Swiss 37 Victor, runway 14.
Okay, perfect. We're above 100. The restrictions for the turn only, so let's go ahead and start accelerating.
Hotel Juliet, and we'll hold short runway 28, Zurich.
Alright. Autopilot 1. So, going through 10,000. Lights off, signs auto. EFIS, we can go into weather over here. And then clear and copy. So navigate, we had hard tuned to Cloten over here. Let's clear that, and optimum 390, cruising 340. The latter is absolutely fine with me. Speed error at Cloten can be... Actually, tell you what, let's just delete that. Alright. Good, managed speed, and with that we're up and on the way. Beautiful. So, after Xilas, what's the route? We are going from Zurich to Hanover, which is one of the real-life routes that Swiss operates on the A350 at the moment, since they are training their staff with the introduction of the airplane. Now the big question, do we have to fly that long way around, or can we just take a direct? At the moment there is no ATC online, so I suppose we can just take the direct. So let's see, somewhere to the left, Zuden maybe? Have anything nice here? Yeah, I tell you what, let's go direct Etago. Present position direct 2. And insert temporary. Good. We're climbing so steeply that we will be avoiding any of the Zurich arrivals, which is the reason why you got this routing the way it is. So we'll just be climbing above them all. I like that. Well then, off to the en route chart over here. And then we are nicely on the way. Don't need the chrono anymore. We do have the elapsed timer running down here. Well, and that's it. So let's see about the estimated time of arrival. 1832. What's the schedule? 05, I think? Yeah, 05. So we are half an hour late. Seeing that we had the WASM problems and everything on our departure, I think that's actually not as bad as it could have been. That's probably the best way to put this.
Taxiing holding point runway 16 via Echo.
Alright, good. So, a very quick look down in the chat over there. So, Alessandro, how can the A350 and A330 share a type rating when they seem such different aircraft? Okay, so I think that is a very good point to actually talk about how flight simmers perceive aircraft differently than real-world pilots. So for flight simmers, the A350 looks to be completely different because, well, it has a different user interface. And that's definitely something that's very visible with the aircraft. Like, we got 2 more huge screens, then stuff's got bundled, there is additional stuff coming up on the displays, the FMS looks different. Yeah, that's all true. So the aircraft does look quite a bit different. But honestly, it does not operate very differently. The logic that goes into it is pretty much exactly the same. The FMS logic is the same. While things look a little bit different, they still work the same as they do on the A330. With a couple differences, of course, but you know, if we look at the overhead panel over here, of course there is a bit of stuff that's different, but how much of it? Not much, really. Overall, it's exactly the same stuff that you have on the A330 as well. Okay, it has one hydraulic system less, because it now has hydraulic reservoirs at the actuators. But that's small differences.
Zurich traffic, Swiss 558 Foxtrot, crossing 28 via Echo.
No, Dishant, that's an excellent question. When we're on Honeycomb and VATSIM, When exactly do we give position reports, and is it true that Honeycomb range is about 30 nautical miles? The Honeycomb range is 25 miles from your present position. It used to be different. It used to be like line of sight, like in the real world, but then, you know, when VATSIM got a little bit more crowded, they thought, okay, they had to do something about it, and thus they limited the Honeycomb voice range to 25 miles. For this reason, what I usually do is I look at my TCAS, and when I see aircraft near to me where I believe that I should make a call and initiate communication, then I do. Likewise, when I'm established on the ILS 10 miles out, then I also do a call. Not necessarily at 10 miles, but at some point on the ILS. And the reason I'm doing that is because, number one, when you're like countless miles out, first of all, the majority of aircraft at your target airport are not even going to hear you because of the 25-mile limit. And secondly, when you are flying, you know, somewhere en route, there are people reporting that they start a descent. Yeah, that's no use. Nobody cares about that really. So what I would do is normally I would, you know, make the announcement when it seems right. So when you're lining up on a runway, I make a call for that. Especially because at an airport like Zurich, you got crossing runways, traffic on another runway may not necessarily see you, so there's that. And then whenever I see somebody on my TCAS, that's when I do a call. And Lime, why do pilots not reveal what airline they fly for and say the company? Because we're not spokespersons for those companies. If I would be working in the PR team, then I might say that I'm working for an airline, but you know, this is my YouTube channel, my private channel. It has no relation to the airline, and I'm not doing any content on behalf of the airline. So for that reason, why would I then emphasize like, oh yeah, I work for that airline? Does that make me a better pilot? No. Does that make my opinion any more, you know, any more valid? Is the opinion of a Ryanair pilot better than the opinion of a Lufthansa pilot, or the other way around? No. So it doesn't matter to the content. And Charlie M, 8 months, can I take the command course yet? I think you get the 4th stripe at the 9th month. And Thomas, I've got a little question. Does the temperature correction table exist when the temperature is above 15 degrees? No, and you wouldn't need one. Because when the temperature is above the ICAO standard temperature, then your altimeter is going to show you a lower altitude than what you're actually flying. For this reason, there is no danger involved. Guys, how oftentimes did I tell you that we're not speculating on the airline? And with this, Onyx, I'm sorry, but you've violated that rule more than once. You are banned now. I'm sorry guys, as I told you earlier in the live stream, I can close the channel if I publicly identify for the airline, so for that reason, no speculation on the airline. And Onyx, you heard that one before, so I have no alternative here but to ban you. And Chopsticks, do I stream on Twitch as well? Actually I don't. You know, with YouTube back then, I never planned to make it a large channel like it eventually became. I actually just wanted to post a couple of decent videos on the PMDG 737 back in the day, because I was on the tech team, still am, and therefore thought, well, most YouTubers are not showing the airplane like properly. I gotta do it justice and show it properly. And then you guys liked it so much that all of a sudden this became a huge channel. And, well, I suppose that's always that. Now, let's see. Lufthansa 26 Charlie, how close is he? Lufthansa 26 Charlie from Swiss 5 Mike Tango. Lufthansa 26 Charlie from Swiss 5 Mike Tango. Speed, vertical speed. He's not answering. Okay, then we'll try guard. Lufthansa 26 Charlie from Swiss 5 Mike Tango on 1 to 1.5. Lufthansa 26 Charlie from Swiss 5 Mike Tango on 1 to 1.5. If you read, please come up 1 to 2.8 and stop your descent. Lufthansa 26 Charlie from Swiss 5 Mike Tango. If you read, please come up on 1 to 2.8 and stop your descent immediately. And of course he does not care. Oh, VATSIM. And of course he doesn't care and simply flies through the level, because why wouldn't he? And now he levels off at my altitude. Okay, well, now we can continue the climb, because he's already busted our level. Lufthansa 26 Charlie, do you read? Of course he doesn't. And Baden Tower in the chat. Hi, nice to see you. Heard you on 1 to 1.5. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know that we are not really supposed to be using it, but you know, this is exactly how you would use that frequency in the real world. If you can't reach someone on the active frequency, then yeah, sometimes you just have to use guard. This would have been exactly the use case for the guard frequency. This would have been exactly the use case. If we had to talk to that guy, well, obviously, we're in VATSIM, he's not answering. And Chopsticks, can you offset to the right in the A350? Yeah, you can, but in this case it would probably not have... in this case it would probably not have done anything, because he was so close to us that by the time that it was certain that he's not going to stop the descent, we could not have achieved anything anymore. Turning the airplane 90 degrees to the right at this altitude takes over a minute. And it was clear that we would not collide, it was just a matter of maintaining minimum required separation. But yeah, if you're flying on VATSIM, you're not flying alone, so you better pay attention. And Gaddy Bands, did I ever have... Now that's a username. Did I ever have a WASM crash with the A350? I had one with the pre-release version of the aircraft, so before the first version even released. Back in the day I had the preview version, and that one actually had a WASM crash. That video is actually live. I think it was Helsinki, Amsterdam or something, where it crashed at like 50 feet in the before landing. Clipper, yeah, you name it. 1 to 1.5 has a very interesting history on the VATSIM network. There used to be a time where its use was absolutely forbidden. And both the controllers as well as the pilots were not allowed to use 1 to 1.5 at all. Until fairly recently, as far as I remember. But then they changed the rules so that you could actually use the frequency in order to you know, both for ATC not having to send contact me's, and for pilots, you know, it would have been fairly useful right now if the other guy would have been on 1 to 1.5, and I can totally understand that you don't monitor 1 to 2.8 all the time, because it's just annoying when you hear all those airport calls all the time, but that's exactly what the 1 to 1.5 is for. And MH359, in regards to the frequency he was on the approach frequency for Frankfurt, but do we know whether he was actually getting controlled at that time, or was he just monitoring the frequency already? Because the Frankfurt approach sector extends about 30 miles southbound until flight level 130. So if the Frankfurt approach controller had already made positive contact with him, then he should not have allowed the descent, because then it would have been ATC that just descended the guy through our level, which obviously is not allowed. So then it would have been an ATC error, but pilot error as well, because ultimately the pilot in command is responsible to ensure that any ATC clearance is safe. Otherwise you must not follow the clearance. So, very easy example, which is a little bit more obvious. If ATC vectors you into a mountain, do you fly into it? Well, maybe if you're a German first officer, but otherwise you don't. So, in that case it would have been an error both by the pilot as well as by air traffic control. And of course, assuming that the approach controller would actually have been controlling him already, he would have been reaching far outside his actual airspace. Which they do sometimes. Which I did as well back in the day, when I was still controlling. Hey Scott, nice to see you live. Now Urod, what's the difference between ADS-B and ADS-C? So ADS-B basically is broadcast. You're just sending stuff out. With C, you're kind of doing the full thing, so you're actually receiving stuff as well. And MH359, yeah, I totally agree. Some people do tune the approach frequency or control hundreds of miles out before they get there, which can be quite frustrating if you're trying to reach them. That's true. But then again, that is exactly what 1 to 1.5 is for. If you cannot reach somebody, we do that in the real world as well, by the way. If you cannot reach somebody on the active frequency, use the guard frequency. That's what it's for. Okay, so top of descent is slowly coming up already. Let's update the weather and see what we got. ATC might just about be coming online in 2 minutes. Yeah, not online just yet. QNH is 1014 though, can already pre-select that. 1014 and 1014. Now let's have a very quick look into the flight plan, because I want to see if there is any NOTAM. So, destination airport. Raised minimum, I don't care. Approach procedures. Okay, nothing interesting in there. No runway closures either as far as I've seen. Yep, okay, easy going. So we'll stick to runway 27 right, just to have that longer runway available. Okay, parking chart, ground chart, star chart. And ILS Zulu 27 right.
Turks, that is a great comment. But how am I supposed to meow on guard if people are using it to try to contact ATC when they miss a frequency change? Yeah, that's exactly the problem.
I like you. I like you.
Okay, so, Brian Jackson, what's the strongest crosswind I've landed in?
The limit. So, depending on the airplane type, I think back in the 737 it was like 33. I know that I did a landing at maximum crosswind back on the 737, even though I don't remember the actual figure. I think it was 33 knots. Okay, so let's go ahead and start a bit of a setup here. Hanover 27 right, and how can we actually type without a keyboard? There we go, that's better. Okay, so following the Vera to Papa arrival, which is Vera to Norta. So Vera, Norta, then we got 5 miles prior Sarstedt above 5,000, and then on to Sarstedt above 4,000. That's all looking good. Alright, and from there we have the ILS approach runway 27 right. Coming from... That's interesting. Are Sarstedt and Leine at the same position? I never knew that. Why do they have 2 VOR DMEs exactly at the same spot? I really never knew that. But okay. Always learn something new in aviation. Okay, so the approach starts at Xaver in 3000, 3-degree glides, 4 miles, 1440, and that's all checked down here. And the go around, straight at, right turn, 336 until 5.8, right turn 093 to Zeller. And that looks good to me. Perfect. I suppose we can leave the descent data as it is. Then let's just update that data, see if we actually have an ATIS online now. ATC is booked since 2 minutes. But nothing yet. Let's set this to auto update. That way, the moment they come online, we should hopefully get the ATIS as quickly as possible. Okay, so we got 170 at 4. Temperature is 9 and the QNH is 1014. Approach minimum is 370. Like that. Position monitor page has already been filled. Config 3. And for the go around, we've got 3000 feet as missed approach altitude at first. 2.8 is the MSA, so let's actually use 3000 for the engine out acceleration. Okay, good. And with that, we filled everything. So let's go ahead and load the airport map. So 27 right, set as landing runway, and then we're vacating on Kilo, which is set as well now. Auto brakes armed. Well, easy. And that's about everything we need to do here. So, are you ready for the briefing? I tell you honestly, my long-haul body is in the mood of I start getting hungry now. We've just reached the top of climb, and we're already setting up for our approach again. Okay, so, flying the Vera to Papa arrival for an ILS approach, runway 27 right. The minimum is in 370 feet, go around is a right-hand turn, max 185 knots, and climbing 3000. Extra fuel and time. We've got 800 kilos, which equals 8 minutes. The approach itself is going to be flown with flight director guidance, ILS approach, runway 27 right, idle reverse, BTV, vacate to the left-hand side. Or actually, tell you what, we're not going to use idle reverse because the brakes would get too hot. So it's actually going to be a maximum reverse. BTV, vacate the runway to the left, and then we'll see wherever ATC is going to send us. I've got no specials, nothing non-standard here. What's the airspace in the area? Well, glider activity is not going to be a problem. And I can see no warning about airspace echoes, so that's good. Alright, cool. So, no threats for the arrival either. Any questions? Nope. Lovely. Then let's say goodbye to our guests. Liebe Fluggäste aus dem Cockpit, noch einmal Ihr Kapitän mit einem kleinen Update zu unserem Flug. Wir haben jetzt bereits die Hälfte der Strecke nach Hannover zurückgelegt und werden in wenigen Minuten unsere Reiseflüge verlassen. Das Wetter in Hannover aktuell klarer Himmel bei einer Temperatur von 9 Grad. Wir bedanken uns ganz herzlich, dass Sie heute Swiss für Ihren Flug gewählt haben. Wünschen Ihnen einen schönen Aufenthalt und eine gute und sichere Weiterreise. Vielen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit. Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, this is your captain speaking. In a few minutes we're going to start our descent towards Hanover, and the remaining flight time is now approximately 25 minutes. The weather in Hanover is currently very nice, clear skies, a temperature of 9 degrees. Thank you for choosing Swiss for today's flight. We wish you a nice and safe onwards journey and hope to see you again on board of a future service. Alright, I'm fully back. Let's try another update, see if there is any ATC online now. They had booked for 18 UTC. But nope, still nobody online it seems. Actually, there is an approach controller online. And a tower as well. And they do have an ATIS. Why is the aircraft not... What happens if we go to none? Update. Ah, there's the ATIS. Why are you doing such strange things, INI builds? So, Hanover, ATIS Romeo, expect radar vectors, runway 27 right, dependent parallel approaches in progress, report preferred runway on initial contact. When airborne, contact brim radar, 1 blah blah blah, 9 degrees, weather's the same that we always knew. Okay, thank you. Should have done that straight away. And Daniel, you have Langen as well, you're in his sector. Actually, I don't think I do. I know that it shows the position of that Langen radar, but these XX centers are, I think, not like actual control, are they? Otherwise, he should always send us a contact me when he wants us to contact him, so I suppose. but probably not inside his airspace. Or he's not responsible for us. Could be either. Okay, so reaching the top of descent, let's actually go down. No idea where the approach airspace starts. Let's start by going down to level 200. Thrust descent, Mach descent out, flight level 200 blue. And then we're about half an hour before landing anyway, so seatbelt signs are coming on. What's the ETA? 32. Yeah. Seatbelt signs should already have been on. Okay, that's fine. And Ben, yeah, in real life sometimes they do explain why they're flying short haul with aircraft like that. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of doing that because you have quite some potential of having passengers on board who might think that you are not like fully trained and qualified on the aircraft. If you explain something like, yeah, new aircraft, we have to get accustomed, it can cause passengers to feel uncomfortable. That's why I personally don't like to do that. And Elton, yeah, you are right. If there is just one ATIS, then IndyBuild wants you to select none. In the real world, it will just get you the ATIS anyway. I suppose that's an IndyBuild's limitation. Now, Andreas, I was wondering, how do you know which ILS category is available at an airport and which one is required? Is that in the NOTAMs? No, it's not in the NOTAMs. So, generally, if you look at the approach charts, then it will tell you all the categories that are installed. Like, if you check the minimums down here, then we know that Hanover has a category 3 ILS available on that runway. Now, generally speaking, it does not matter to the airplane whether you are flying a Cat 1 or a Cat 3 approach. It also doesn't matter to the airport installation, with the exception that when Category 3 is in operation, they are running some backup generators and stuff to reduce the likelihood of failures, and that they may keep an enlarged zone around the runway clear. So the signal is still exactly the same. Now, what does that mean? That means that you can at any time just do an auto land, regardless whether you are cleared for a Cat 1 approach or something else. However, when you are operating and it's, let's say, good weather, aka weather that does not make Cat 2 or Cat 3 necessary, then the airport is not going to use the protection zones or the backup equipment that they would be using when you are flying a Category 3 approach. Now, for your effective operation, that means that we are not going to be as protected as we would be on a real Cat 3 approach. Therefore, when you do an auto land out of a Cat 1 approach, which you can absolutely do, I've done that a couple of times in the real world, but when you do that, then you have to... I was just confused with that giant over there, but he's below us, he's descending, so should be good. Okay, so yeah, you can do an auto land out of a Cat 1 approach. Just be aware that if an aircraft taxis into the protected zone and you are unlucky, then you may get some bad signals. You might have to interfere manually and take over. That happened to me once out of surely some 20 auto lands I've done under Cat 1 conditions, because back on the 737 we had to do that by regulation at least once every half a year to stay qualified for low visibility operations. And if you didn't have actual low visibility, then you just did a practice auto land anyway in Cat 1 conditions. And in one out of those approaches, actually 747 taxied beamed the localizer antenna, and that bent the localizer signal, so the airplane tried to steer left. Okay, disconnect, take over, land.
And Spirado Gaming, which aircraft have you wished to fly in your career?
Actually, the 330 was my goal all the time, and now I'm on it. And now that I am flying the A330, You know how humans are. You are never happy with what you have. You always want something better. Now that I am flying the A330, I would of course be looking forward to the A350. And Coke, that's a username. Nice one. Do you use the new Windwing stuff right now? I do. Well, the new stuff not being the throttle. I didn't get the throttle, but I got the AGP and the ECAM. The throttle is actually somewhere in customs. I was supposed to have it. Customs fucked it up. So yeah. And Charlie, yeah, that can happen with an A380 as well, definitely. And Mark, I actually like the performance with the A350 in Sim Update 4. With Sim Update 4, my performance easily doubled with the A350. It's really gotten a lot better. So, 1949, we can already pre-select that. Because we are surely going to get the contact me soon. In the meantime, let's go down to flight level 100. That's set. And Hanover, what kind of automation do you use with an ILS Cat 2 approach? Exactly the same that you would use for a Cat 3 approach as well. The only difference is that Category 2 has a little bit less protection, a little bit less accuracy, but honestly, doesn't make much of a difference. And whenever Cat 3 is available, then airports would go to Cat 3 right away when they go into low vis. There is no reason, unless Cat 3 being out of service, that you would go for a Cat 2 approach. And Koenig, thank you very much. I do like to hear that. Now, Sam, do I use my Windwing Airbus MCDU for flight with Boeing aircraft? Actually, I don't. I also bought the 777 CDU. So, contact me from Bremen, 125025. Bremen radar low, Swiss Mike Tango Heavy, passing level 212, descending.
Swiss 5 Mike Tango, Bremen, moin, Squawk 1000.
Squawk 1000, Swiss 5 Mike Tango.
Guten Abend,
1000, here we go. Now we're in Germany.
British 40 Mike, Bremen, moin, radar contact, Squawk 1361.
Squawk 1361, Nordic 40 Mike.
Swiss 5 Mike Tango, radar contact, descent flight level 110.
Level 105, request level 2.
Descending level 110, Swiss 5 Mike Tango.
Somebody else just blocked the call sign again?
So that City 500 kilo out of 108, requested 2.
City 500 kilo, radar contact, flight level 19.
And Aveno, I actually do not have the EFIS or the FCU from Windwing. I will get them though. But at this moment I don't have them yet. And Kanu, you would set up a Cat 2 approach exactly the same as you would with a Cat 3 approach. The only exception is of course that you don't enter no for the minimum, but you would enter whatever's written on the chart, so 97 in this case. Apart from that, all the same.
Level 1, moin, radar contact, continue climb flight level 300.
Climb level 300, Delta 1.
And Alex, I'm excited for the Phoenix A320 Neos. And of course the A321 Neo. I'm really excited for them. I did record a couple FS Labs A321 Neo flights recently, but it's just not the same. The graphics are so much better on Phoenix. So I'm really hoping that they're going to bring their Neos out soon. The only question is, are you going to see me flying the CO again? Well, probably, since there are still some airlines that I want to fly that don't have the Neo yet, but I will probably be flying the Neo as my primary aircraft. It's interesting how flight simulation has changed and how the number of aircraft available in flight simulation have changed. For the vast majority of my, let's call it, flight simulation career, I've been flying A320ceos, 777s and 747s, and of course the 737NG. And nowadays, I'm mostly flying the, of course, A320ceo still, but nowadays there are aircraft like the A380, A350, obviously the 777, but the amount of aircraft that are available for flight sim nowadays have really modernized, and I like that very, very much. But I have to admit that it feels a little bit sorry to see some classic aircraft that I loved to fly slowly go away. Think the 747, obviously, even though there is one coming, of course, but you know what I mean. And, you know, 737NG, once the MAX is available, probably not going to be flown too much anymore. The same for the A320ceo.
Please repeat.
Maintain flight level 190.
Maintain flight level 190, Sunday Alpha Kilo 9.
Alpha Kilo 9, squawk 1000.
Squawk 1000.
And Elton, could I fly the Saab 340 again? Yeah, probably.
Contact arrival 119490, ciao.
1949 with Mike Tango, ciao. So what's the latest again? Romeo. Actually, it's just 20, so there might be a new one.
China 7 kilo, 125, decimal 025.
Nope, still Romeo.
Calling 125, decimal 025, Ryanair 7 kilo, vielen Dank.
Frame radar, moin moin, Swiss 5 Mike Tango Heavy, level 130, descending 110, information Romeo, request 27 right.
Swiss 5 Mike Tango, Bremen radar, hello identified. Hanover information, Romeo, expect vectors for ILS Zulu approach runway 27 right.
Expecting vectors ILS Zulu 27 right, Romeo's on board, Swiss 5 Mike Tango.
Swiss 5 Mike Tango, descend to flight level 100.
Descending flight level 100, Swiss 5 Mike Tango. Flight level 100 blue. Alright, 27 right is confirmed. Love it.
Level Jammers 29 Alpha, request taxi for the departure share echo.
And Alessandro, why is Squawk 1000 given so commonly? That's because in some parts of Europe, Germany included, there is a system that if you have a certain ATC equipment that does not rely on different squawks to distinguish between different aircraft, those equipments are basically using the call sign facility from the flight plan, so that one, and they can distinguish the different aircraft based on different call signs, then you can basically give the same squawk to different aircraft and the ATC equipment is still able to distinguish them. In the real world, it's like 7 airports in Germany that can use this. VATSIM uses it on every single one though, because they just don't have enough different squawks available. So what you gotta know for VATSIM in the background is that they have agreements on which squawk which airport may assign. And if you have used up all the different squawks that you can assign, then you have a problem. So for this reason, they are defaulting to Squawk 1000 whenever they can. Aircraft, give me some thrust here. 250 is fine, don't want to decelerate any further. And RSG Gaming, there are no public updates at the moment. And Clipper, the letter on the ATIS is literally just an identifier. So At the moment it's Romeo for us, the next is going to be the next one in the alphabet. That is just used for the controller to verify that the pilot actually has the latest and correct ATIS on board. All-star. So, maintaining level 100, flight, science, EFIS.
German Army 513, turn right heading 170.
Ooh, German Army flying. That's the taxpayers' money. Approach 1, alt. Right, down here, nothing on the nav aids, and that's it. Good. So, Hanover is visible right in front of us.
Delta India, Bravo,
Just
Lima,
lovely
Hotel,
how
Panama.
good Sim Update 4 is looking, isn't it? He certainly seems pretty busy.
India, Bravo, Lima, Hotel, Roger, Quark 2661. With 5 Mike Tank for descent to altitude 4000 feet, QNH 1014, turn right heading 020.
Swiss 5 Mike Tango, descending 4000, QNH 1014, right heading 040. Thrust idle, open descent, heading flight level 40 blue. Set QNH. QNH 1014, cross check, passing 9900 now. Checked. Approach checklist.
Dynamic 513,
Bravo ref,
enable expedite
QNH
descent.
1014, minimum. It's Bravo 370, runway condition, dry, auto brake, BTV, approach checklist complete. Extend the center line, please. I want to see if I can actually do that on the nav display. So that's Sabre down there. And course in 270. Yeah, that looks good. Insert. A350 avionics are nice, aren't they? Here we go.
German Army 513, turn right heading 230, clear Alice Zulu approach. Alice Zulu approach runway 26.
Right, 230, clear Alice Zulu 26, German Army 513.
Delta India, Bravo Lima Hotel, radar contact 4000.
And Elton, no worries. I'm happy if GSX is guiding us, you know, into the correct parking spot at all. So.
Yeah, IFR start passing. IFR start now.
And Alex, have I uninstalled VATSIM 2020 yet? I have. Actually, I have for a year now.
Delta India, Bravo Lima Hotel.
I've been using 2024 exclusively ever since it came out, with the exception of doing a video on the Boris sound pack for the 737 back in the day. I know that someone would eventually correct me. And HM Tech Games, do I ever plan to do a shared cockpit flight with you, your controls?
With 5 Mike Tango, turn left heading 360.
Left heading 360 with 5 Mike Tango. Honestly, probably not, because it's just too hard to, first of all, find someone whom I could do a realistic flight to the same standards that I want to use on my videos, and then being able to actually coordinate a proper schedule, and then coordinating that in a live stream, nah, just a little bit too hard to get the timing done for that. And Charlie, yes, there should be flap pseudo waypoints, and they are right down here. Pretty close to the airport, I gotta admit. Definitely closer than I'm going to actually fly them. But remember that we are very light at the moment as well, so not 100% sure how realistic those are, but I'm not going to try it. We will not intercept the ILS with flaps up here. Speed, vertical speed, 1000 to go. And Fernando, for me 2024 is very stable. I do have the occasional problem, gotta admit that, but really not many. actually more stable than 2020 used to be.
Full 5 Mike Tango descent to altitude 3000 feet.
Plus 5 Mike Tango descending 3,000 feet. 3,000 blue. And let's start slowing down. Activate approach phase. Alright. Manual flight.
Mike Tango turn left heading 300. Cleared ILS Zulu approach runway 27 right.
Plus 5 Mike Tango left heading 300. Cleared ILS Zulu 27 right. Glass slope localizer blue heading 300. Have to admit it is slowing down better than I thought it would. Give me 220 knots, please. Manual thrust.
Delta India Bravo Lima Hotel. Report intentions at Hanover. Full stop landing.
Yep, Bravo Lima Hotel.
Man, we are incredibly light today. 2 miles from Xaver, we'll continue slowing down, then we'll also go for the flaps. Field is in sight, on the left, just above the OIS. You can nicely see the runways, left and right. And back there you can even see the runway from Wunstorf. Manage speed. Flaps 1. Block star. Flat top star. Go around altitude 3000 sets. Swiss 5 Mike Tango Heavy established.
Swiss 5 Mike Tango, roger. Contact Hanover Tower 120, decimal 180, goodbye.
120-180, Swiss 5 Mike Tango, danke, tschüss.
Very much, Abend, Zurich.
Triple take
Let's go.
7 left, Throttle 196. Lufthansa 1 X-ray Charlie, behind next starting Embraer 195, line up runway 27 left behind.
Behind departing Embraer 195, line up and wait, 7 left behind, Lufthansa 1 X-ray Charlie.
Hanover Tower, schönen guten Abend, Swiss 5 Mike Tango Heavy established, ILS 27 right.
Swiss 5 Mike Tango, Hanover Tower,
2,500.
170 degrees,
Checked.
4 knots,
Flaps
runway
2.
27 right, clear to land.
Runway 27 right, clear to land, Swiss 5 Mike Tango. Gear down. I just love the gear lever from the Windwing AGP. So cool that you actually have to pull it out to be able to move it now.
2,000.
Flaps 3. Speed checked, flaps 3. Come on, Canon, you should be ready. Landing checklist. Ecam memo, landing no lead.
Lufthansa 1 X-ray
Landing
Charlie,
checklist
wind
complete.
170 degrees, 4 knots, runway 27 left, clear for takeoff, bye-bye.
27 left, clear for takeoff, Lufthansa 1 X-ray Charlie, dankeschön.
Lufthansa Cargo 803.
So we should need about 20%.
Departure out of Wunstorf, expected short length. Copy.
Was it 20? We certainly do need a bit more. And flight map. No, we are not going to do a go-around unless we have to today. It was fun doing that on the A340 stream, but we don't have to do too many, do we? Most certainly, because we do want to make it to
1000.
Zurich with ATC. So we will be flying a second sector for sure. Nice how direct the flight controls are in the A350. It reacts so much easier than the A330 does.
500. 400. 300.
So let's make it a smooth one.
100 above.
Checked.
200. Minimum.
Continue.
100.
We're on the puppy, huh? Disregard the glide slope.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10. 5.
Did we touch down on the 5 call?
Auto brake off.
What is it doing? No reverse, no auto brake? There we go. Spoilers, reverse green, manual brakes. So past 70 knots. 60 knots maximum speed for the rapid exit taxiways by ICAO. And why not make use of that?
Mike Tango, back up to Alpha, taxi left on Golf, continue Foxtrot, push off Mike, cross runway 27 center.
Left Golf, continue Foxtrot, hold drop Mike, cross runway 27 center, Swiss 5 Mike Tango. Okay, so left on Golf. Always interesting maneuvering those huge aircraft around those small taxiways. You can definitely see that Hanover is not the kind of airport that is built for too many wide bodies. Can surely take 1 or 2. I think Turkish Airlines flies that with A330s in the summer. But, you know, it looks small, doesn't it? Okay, so we continue on Golf, Foxtrot to hold drop Mike. And crossing 27 center is approved. And Mark, yes, the reversers absolutely kick in that quickly. You just gotta avoid the engines running down into ground idle. When that happens, they take a long time to come up. We tried that back in the day on the 737 in the sim, and they took like 17 seconds until you had maximum reverse available when the engines were in ground idle. But as long as you're in flight idle, they come up almost instantly. And Mr. Aviation Riley, we landed in Hanover. Echo Delta Delta Victor is the airport code. Alright, so right on Foxtrot and then hold drop Mike.
This is 5 Mike Tango, contact Hanover ground, 121 decimal Anna 555.
121 decimal Anna 55, Swiss 5 Mike Tango, see you later.
Okay, I missed up a few, sorry. Taxi via Alpha 1, Alpha 2 and Alpha hold short of Charlie.
Alpha 1, Alpha 2, hold short of Charlie, Zurich 2, 5
Alpha 1, Alpha 2, Alpha.
It holds us Charlie.
Alpha 1, Alpha 2, hold short of Charlie, Eurowings 259.
Ground hello, Swiss 5 Mike Foxtrot on Foxtrot Mike.
This is Mike Tango, ground hello, continue via Foxtrot, hold short of Foxtrot 1.
Continue Fox, hold short Fox 1, Swiss 5 Mike Tango. Alright, so all the way to here, and then shut down engine 2. We can easily do single engine taxi in here.
During Flight Mike Tango, expect to gate 2 Alpha. Swiss Air Flight Mike Tango, expect to gate 2 Alpha.
2 Alpha, Swiss 5 Mike Tango, and we're holding short Fox 1.
Roger.
Okay, 2 Alpha, let's already pre-select that. Gate 2 Alpha.
Swiss Air Flight Mike Tango, taxi 2 gate 2 Alpha via Foxtrot 1.
Taxi gate 2 Alpha via Foxtrot 1, Swiss 5 Mike Tango. Okay, perfect. So 2 Alpha is on the corner over there, so we continue on to Fox 1 and then straight across here into the gate.
Ground, Sierra Victor Romeo 314, send
Bing, brakes hot. Yeah,
information
surprise.
Romeo, request pushback and start up.
Okay, clear brakes. Clear brakes. So start it here.
Step back.
So that's gate number 3, and that's 2 Alpha on the left.
Sierra Victor Romeo 314, you don't have start up clearance, yes. Contact Hanover delivery, 120, 110, cheers.
Thanks, Sierra Victor Romeo.
So it's gotta be that one here. No, 2
Confirm
Alpha,
hold
that
short of
one.
Charlie for Eurowings 259.
And there is some ground staff as
Korrekt,
well.
rechts abbiegen, geradeaus anhalten.
Okay, Roger.
Nice. For those of you who don't speak German, pilot seemed a little uncertain. Controller's like, yeah, correct, turn right, straight ahead, hold short. Okay, so the lights are off, the radar is off automatically anyway. There is a marshaller inside. Let's make it nice and slow. We don't want to bend the brand new aircraft.
Wings 259, taxi via Charlie. Lima 1, Lima and Mike, hold short of runway 37 center.
But not that slow. Keep moving.
Charlie, Lima 1, Lima, Mike, and hold short of 27 center. Eurowings 359.
Jo, richtig, center.
Ah, stop too early. Come on, keep running. There's always that desire to keep the thrust as low as possible while entering the stand, but then again you gotta find the right compromise here. Come on, why is it stopping again? I have a feeling the drag is a little bit too strong on a single engine. Normally once it's moving it should continue. Alright, here we are. Perfect. So park and brake set, APU bleed on, and shut down one. Coming true, Old Awesome Park. Alright, so that's sector number 1. Toggle slide arming, and... why is GSX not recognizing the stand? Okay, tell you what.
Taxi 200, runway 27 left, via Alpha 1, Alpha 2 and Alpha.
Via Alpha 1, Alpha 2 and Alpha taxi runway point.
Okay, so give me those lights please, and then we can do the parking checklist please. we'll worry about GSX afterwards. So, park and brake our trucks. For the time being, that's the brake set. And wing lights off. Parking checklist complete. Okay, so welcome to Hanover. Now we've got the standard problem that you have all the time when flying to Germany in the real world. That is no ground equipment available. So let's just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here and actually disable the comm so that we got a little bit of silence. And now, just like in the real world, you arrive and then there's nobody there, which is effectively our situation. Tell you what, let's just restart GSX. Throttle, restart. Let's see what's gonna happen next. And Charlie, no, the Old Dawson Park call is made immediately after the engines are shut down. So, and Alton, yeah, I can't upgrade the profile while we are in the sim over here, but if you say the profile is available on FlightSim.to as well, then let me actually quickly download that and install your profile for Hanover. Man, there are many profiles here. Let me actually find it real quick. And AirDog, I do have a WinWing side stick, but at the moment I'm not using it. Okay, so Elton, that's gotta be your profile. Downloading it in the background here, and then I will quickly install that before doing anything GSX related here, before we start the deboarding and stuff. What we can, however, do in the meantime is to log on with a new call sign, which is gonna be Swiss 828. Call sign in use, goddammit. Okay. Well, in that case, while we're waiting for GSX, respectively waiting for the ground staff, and I tell you guys, this is very realistic right now. Let's already turn off the transponder here. So today you're really getting as real as it gets. The plane is AOG when you load it, or when you arrive at the aircraft for the first time. Then you are AOG because of, or then your ground services don't arrive. That's really, see, this is exactly the reason why I don't like flying short haul. When you fly long haul, all of this happens as well, but it only happens to you once per day. If you are doing short haul, it happens to you 4 times a day. So, GSX profile is installed. Now let's restart GSX once again, and then we should hopefully have ground services available. Oh boy. And I wanted to be off block back to Zurich already. Looks like that ain't happening. So, our call sign on the way back is going to be Swiss 817, and while we're waiting for everything to happen now, well, let's try one more time. GSX controls, here we go. Stand is available, thank you very much, Elton. So, let's request deboarding. Handling by AHS. That explains the incompetence arriving at the airplane. And then we got trucks in position, we got a GPU as well. So let's go ahead and shut down the APU, and the parking brake can be released. Now let's see the wheel page. 365. Oh, look at that. My right foot was definitely heavier than my left foot today. That's so funny. When you're in the Airbus, you can always tell which foot is heavier. Just look at the brake temperatures. Alright. Cool, so be it. Brake is released, that's all we can do now. We don't have a brake fan here. 300 degrees is maximum brake temperature for the way back, so why is it not connecting to the jetway? Come on, GSX, stop fucking. Well, it's already deboarding, even though there's no jetway connected. Okay. And what is that EasyJet doing here? Could someone remove that EasyJet, please? Easy 380 seems to be the call sign. Let's send them a message. Okay, yeah, so looks like the jetway is not going to connect. We'll pretend we haven't seen it then. Open to left, that way at least. And H is asking in the comments, could you damage the brake discs by engaging the parking brake when the discs are still hot in real life? No, not really. Oh, interesting. We can move through the window. Okay, well then stuff is not working once again. I suppose we'll have to accept that. And in the meantime, since the Easy isn't moving away, I'm simply going to ignore him in the aircraft list. That way I'm not going to see him when I'm taxiing out, but if I'm taxiing through him after he's been trolling and not following the code of conduct, I can live with that. Then in the worst case I might just taxi into him. Not my fault. Alright, so let's go ahead and actually start preparing the second sector. It's one of those days today, isn't it? So we'll be the Swiss 817, and that one's departing Hanover, bound for Zurich. A350-900 with the ini-build setup. This time we're also gonna get the registration right. HB IFA. Cost index, I'm just gonna choose 20 again. Swiss 817 is a good call sign. Alternate, let's take Geneva, unless the weather is too bad. Oh. Well, weather is okay. It's only overnight where it gets bad. So, that's good. Then, looking into Geneva, same thing. Clear skies, beautiful weather forecast. We're gonna take that. Alright, so 280 passengers, and we'll take a ton of freight as well. Departing runway 27 left. Scheduled block time, let's see. So, Hanover to Zurich, 1 hour and 15. Arrival runway, I don't know, probably going to be runway 28. And since GSX is going to hinder us from filing or from refueling properly, we'll have to load the extra fuel in here. So fuel planning, arrival fuel, minutes 45. Because I know Zurich. Let's calculate and compare. An hour and flight level 330. 340 temporarily. Let's see what they did in the real world. 340, 350. Oh, nice. Okay, well, then we're gonna take 350. Okay, so runways all seem correct, block times seem correct, off block time, let's see, right now it's 53, then we'll surely be able to make an off block by 10. Let's make it 15. Okay, and then let's go ahead and calculate and see what we're going to get. And Andreas, why are the windows on the A350 not openable? Because they are not required as an emergency exit. The only reason why you've got windows that you can open in the first place is because you are using them as emergency exits. And that is not required on the A350 since you do have a different emergency exit. Okay, so everything over here looks good to me. Level 350 is fine as well. What is the fuel doing? Let's actually view the PDF, that's so much easier. So, why is the extra fuel not included here? We'll try that again. Edit flight. So in that case, we'll remove the arrival fuel and we'll just go for extra. Minutes 45. Calculate. Actually, to be exact, we shouldn't do it under extra, but under ATC fuel. That would be entirely correct. Okay, fuel 15 tons, that seems about right. Perfect, then let's go ahead and pre-file. On to VATSIM please, and we'll be doing that in the background of course. So, flight plan is filed, and then let's go ahead and start setting ourselves up for our next sector. And that was actually a good idea in the chat. Disable GSX controls, request jetway, but no, it's not working. It's probably because we're standing on 2 alpha instead of 2. The jetway is probably calibrated only for stand 2. That would be my expectation here. So, deboarding is almost complete. Let's already request catering services. And then we can go into the flight up screen and import the next sim flight. For the Swiss 817 this time. So, OFP. Hanover to Zurich, that's correct. Now, we've already looked at everything, so just the final fuel decision here. 14.6 plus 600 makes it 15.5. Seems fine with me. Import. And that looks all good. Let's just make that 15.5 up here. Okay. And look at that. This time, we cannot press the load with GSX button. Well, let's do reload sim brief. Okay, now we have load with GSX. Alright, good. So we'll do the catering first, and once that is done, we are going to commence our boarding. In the meantime, up here everything is set. Then let's actually go out for the walk around. And a very quick check of the temperatures. Still too hot. Normally you're supposed to set the park and brake for the walk around, but I'm going to leave it released. The immediate result of that is that you cannot check the brake wear indicators, but, well, you don't have to check the brake wear indicators again here. Okay, so let's actually start the lag around. Okay, so starting at the very front over here with the nose wheel, which seems to be in a good shape. By the way, I do really like the fact that they added the flashlight for the walkarounds. Okay, so static port is looking good, and what do we have down here? That's an ice detector pin, then we got the AOA vane. Down here we got a tap probe up here. What's that? Is that a pitot tube inside the tap probe? I'm not 100% sure that's supposed to be like that. Oh there, that's a pitot tube. Well, that's looking interesting. And on this side, actually both of them look like that. Okay, I suppose then it's gonna be fine. Let's try not to get run over here by that low-resolution Scania logo. Alright then. Catering is in progress. I like it. Normally, obviously, you would not be catering an aircraft on turnaround like that. But since this is line training and the cabin crew got to practice their procedures as well, that's why we might as well just do a catering over here. Alright, aircraft is in a good shape. Then let's go ahead and check the wing. And honestly, guys, it's impressive how large the A350 is, isn't it? So down here the white cross is checked on the overflow vent and the overpressure vent, most importantly. Up here everything looking good, and then we can go back to the front again. No signs of a bird strike or anything, that's good. And then let's have a look at the landing gear. So those are the hot brakes over here. You're not gonna see them glowing. I know that people do like to ask about, are the brakes supposed to glow? No. When they reach 1000 degrees, then they can start glowing. So what we cannot check is the brake wear indicator pins, since the parking brake is not set, but we need the brakes to cool, otherwise we're not departing anyway at all. So the good thing with the brake wear indicator pins is basically you need to check them on the first flight of the day, and anything thereafter, well, if they were marginal on the first flight, yeah, then you might want to check them, but if they've been sticking out as much as they were in our simulation here, then you really don't need to worry about the brake wear after braking a couple times. Okay, so up here everything is looking good. Then let's check the APU compartment. No oil leaking or stuff like that. I like how quiet it is over here. And Andreas, Swiss nailed it with this livery. Yeah, it looks nice. It definitely does. Alright then, back to the front. Let's see, refueling has not started yet. That's fine, they're still catering the aircraft. So, landing gear is in good shape over here. I like the amount of detail that Anybuilds puts into this, by the way. I mean, look at all the wires in the gear bay here. That's really nice, isn't it? Alright, and then we can walk back to the front. So, trailing edges are good. Huge ailerons, aren't they? I mean, the aileron of the A350 here probably has the area of the wing of its Cessna 172. Okay, so, leading edge, and once we're done with that, we just have the engine to check, and then we're already on the way back. And this is all looking good. Alright, and there's nothing inside. Beautiful. So, down here everything's fine, everything's good. This is looking nice, isn't it? I mean, this is looking really nice. Even though I gotta admit I'm getting hungry. Why are they painting a burger on the engine? So, leading edges are fine. Then I suppose we just check the static ports and thereafter get back into the aircraft. So, here we are. Looks like catering is finished. Then let's go ahead and load with GSX, please. Look at how it's resetting the fuel figure. Clipper, what are we checking when looking at the static ports and the wing? So at the wing, we generally want to see that there is no sign of damage. You know, that could be damage from a bird strike, that could be damage due to rocks on the runway that might have been thrown up by the nose gear driving over them, that kind of stuff. And on the static ports, there's basically two things that we're looking for. One is natural obstruction. Think, for example, think insects. And then there is human-made obstructions. That could be anything like stuff that is glued over them. Just think back to the Virgin Air accident for that. Okay, so block fuel from SimBrief, please, and please start refueling. Thank you. Okay, cool. So all that good stuff is done over here. Then let's go ahead and start with our takeoff performance prediction. So Hanover 27 left. Let's go down here. Init, request company flight plan, received and insert. Okay, so ATC com, Hanover, none, and request in progress, I hope. Is it? Or is this blacked out for a stupid reason that I better don't want to know about? Let's just type a different airport here. Let's request Düsseldorf. Here we go, and now let's try Hanover again. Blacked out. Oh, I hate it. Why? Does any of you have an idea how we can get the ATIS request to work again for our departure airport? Or do we really have to listen to the voice ATIS now? Well, I suppose while we're waiting for that, let's go ahead and just use the sync function here. Here we go, takeoff weight, let's calculate 185.0 and packs off, compute. Here we go, looking good, we can depart, what a surprise. Alright, so Hanover, search, sits, runway 27 on-off overlay. That's gotta be it. And then we can pin the same thing for the SID PT as well. Alright, nice. So we don't need that star anymore. We are going to keep the approach just in case. And then let's go ahead and start doing some work. Refueling is in progress. Are they loading? Boarding started, okay. You can do fueling and boarding at the same time, no problem. Alright, so flight recorder on, down here everything's set, and up here everything's set. Okay, down here everything's done, and we'll keep 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the time being. Actually, do we? Yeah, we do. Alright, so TCAS back onto above, and that's everything we had to do down here. So let's go into the flight plan. Swiss 817, Hanover to Zurich, alternate Geneva, flight level 350. What's the temperature up there going to be? Minus 60. And the tropopause is in 39,000. Like that. So, company wind request. We don't have any step climbs today, so we can do it before entering them. Alright, so IRS, we don't need to realign this. Departure, runway 27 left, and we are leaving via the Vera 3 Foxtrot departure. Tempe insert, and now for the arrival into Zurich, runway 14 with an ILS approach, and we are coming in via relax, so let's simply select the relax transition. Relax 14, here it is. And insert. So this time we actually need a proper engine out waypoint, so let's add that. That's gonna be Hanover X3. And the place will be Hanover 27 left, bearing 271, distance 25, store, and then back to flight plan, fix info, Hanover 27 left, radial 271, and the next waypoint is going to be Hanover Emergency 3. Right, we don't need that geep hole over here, that's just going to confuse us, so let's clear this. And we don't need any step climbs either. Easy. Nav 8, nothing in there. Fuel and load. 170.2. And the fuel, I think it was 15.2. Yeah, 15.2. Okay, taxi point 6. Now let's find the reserve figures, which are 0.5, 2.9 and 2.3. Like that. Alright, good. Now for the takeoff performance. And simply send this to the FMS. And accept. Packs will be off. Noise abatement procedure number 2. And the engine out is going to be 1680. Alright, position monitor. Hanover 27 left. Then let's go for the secondary. Import active. Next waypoint, Hanover X3. And then we'll set up a holding over there, 271 right turns and 1 minute lag time. And then an immediate return to the new destination, Hanover. Onto runway 27 right with the ILS Zulu approach. We've just flown that one, we do know it works. And that's looking good. Now let's go to secondary number 2. Actually, just give me the secondary index. Sec2, import active to keep a copy of the active flight plan. And that's it. Great, and with that we are done with the setup down here. Now the only one thing that I did not figure out yet is how to actually reset like all checklists together. Huh, that's how. Okay, good, that was too easy. And anti-cooperative. Excellent question. Would I say that in order to do every flight in the sim as realistic as possible, would it be a nice idea to print out the operational flight plan and fill it out like it would be done in the real world? Well, we don't print them in the real world. We just have them on the EFB. And actually we do have an app. We do have the PDF paper version of the flight plan available, but we're not really using it too much. We do have an app, and that app contains everything we need. Okay, so let's go ahead and find our SID and cross-check that one. So Vera 3 Foxtrot is down here. Let's see, we are proceeding straight ahead to Delta Victor 202. And it's a left turn, Delta Victor 257. Yeah, that looks about right. Then left again towards Adson, Roluk, Tolta, and Vera. That looks good. We check through the rest of our flight plan. And that looks about right. Okay, cool. So our flight plan is checked and everything is okay in here. Nice. Initial climb, let's find that one from the chart. 4,000. And I know that it was a different departure, but the question came up on departure from Zurich. IndyBuilds doesn't include any controls to be swapping between the different pages that are included in the SID PTs. For that reason, I'm just going to live with the 4,000 down here, and that's going to be fine. Okay, so that's all that good stuff. Then let's do one more attempt at getting an ATIS, but it's not working. Can we reset this somehow? Does anyone have an idea? What if we just delete the message record? Erase all. Nope. It just hung itself up. What happens if we try the same airport? Nope, also not working. Okay. Well, then we have to live without the data link ATIS, and we gotta get it the old-fashioned way. So ATIS 136, what's that? 575.
Left, dependent parallel approach is in progress. Report preferred on initial contact. When airborne contact, Bremen radar 119.490, transition level 60, wind 170 degrees 3 knots, cav OK, temperature 9, dew point 7, QNH 1014, trend, Nosik, Hanover information Tango out.
So, ATIS Tango.
Hanover information Tango, met report time 1850, expect radar vectors. Runways in use 27 right and 27 left. Dependent parallel approach is in progress. Report preferred runway on initial contact. When airborne contact, Bremen radar 119.490. Transition level 60. Wind 170 degrees 3 knots. Cav OK. Temperature 9. Dew point 7. QNH 1014.
Alright, cool. So that's everything done. Let's see the PDC request. So, request pre-departure clearance. Swiss 817 A359 to Zurich at Hanover, stand 2 Alpha, ATIS Tango. Send. And send. Good. Alright, so that thing is out. Then let's go ahead and start our departure briefing. So we're going to fly from Hanover to Zurich, departing on runway 27 left with a Vera 3 Foxtrot departure, initial climb altitude 4000 and the MSA is 2800 extra fuel. We have 45 minutes on top. Okay, request received, being processed, stand by. Thank you. Also don't need the LS anymore. And then back to this side. So, hotspots for taxi out, I do not see any, to be honest. Stop margin for rejected takeoff, probably only a few meters. Engine out sits straight at 25 miles, climbing 3000, that's safe above the MSA of 2800. The weather is good, no anti-ice required, and if we have to make an immediate return, then Hanover's runway 27 right is going to be available for us. We're below the maximum landing weight, and if nothing happens, which, surprise, does happen most of the time, then we've got nothing special, nothing non-standard, and I don't see any threats. Anything from your side? Nope. Okay. So refueling is complete. What's the temperature inside? 13 degrees. Okay, well then, starting APU. Okay, so Hanover PDC 1, Swiss 817, clear to Zurich of 27 right, Vera 3 Sierra. Okay, suppose we can do that. Next frequency 121.955 and ATIS Tango startup approved. Okay, Wilco, send, then let's go ahead and plan 27 right. I suppose they're probably doing that because they think wide-body aircraft. Better put that on the other runway, and I can understand that. So, runway 27 right, sit, Vera 3 Sierra, Tempe insert. Then let's go ahead and create the engine outset. New waypoint, Hanover emergency 4. Based on Hanover 27 right. Bearing is still 271 and the distance is still 25 miles. And clearance confirmed. Thank you. Close. Okay, and that leads us to Vera, and thereafter we have Lamob. And looking down here, Vera direct Lamob. Okay, perfect. Then discontinuity delete. Insert, thank you. Now, fix info. Hanover 27 right, radial 271, and the emergency waypoint Hanover emergency 4. Yeah, that one. Okay, that's looking good. Now for the secondary flight plan. Yeah, we'll just re-import it. Import, active, sec plan. 27 right, next waypoint, Hanover X4. With a holding 271 right turn and 1 minute lag time. And then we got a new destination down here, which is Hanover. To some right, ILS Zulu. Alright, and that's all looking good. Then let's go ahead and recheck the departure. So 27 right, and we'll need the PT for 27 right as well. So Vera 3 Sierra, here it is. Let's have a look at that. So we're going straight out to Hotel Whiskey, then a left turn. Delta Victor 257, Adson, Roluk, Tolta and Vera. That all looks pretty familiar. Alright, in the meantime, message record, all messages. And let's just verify the rest of our clearance here as well. So, cleared to Zurich off 27 right, Vera 3 Sierra. 27 right, Vera 3 Sierra, Squawk 1000. Like that, and next frequency 121.955. That's going to be the ground frequency. May already set that. Alright, good. And startup is approved. Lovely. Then we are done with everything. And Garen, why do I not use VATSIM in most of my videos? Quite simply, because VATSIM controllers are not online 99% of the time. And, you know, when there is nobody online, then why would I use VATSIM? Honeycomb is not any more immersive than any AI ATC would be. Alright, so let's see how the boarding is going. I think it should be completed by now. Oh, baggage loading in progress. How far are they actually? They just haven't done anything. Why? The door should be open. God damn you, GSX, why? Or are they just done? Okay, they're just done. Alright, cancel the goddamn UGSX. And they can close up. And APU is online. Very nice. So let's have a look into the load sheet. We got 170.2 and that checks, and the CG is 29.5. Alright, passenger figure is 279, and that all looks good. Alright, takeoff weight with that 185.4. We calculated 185, but off the wrong runway, so 27 right. The rest is all checked. Let's see if we can take any intersection. Well, November, 3,200 meters. So 3,200 and compute. Looks good, send to FMS. Insert, and that's all looking good. Perfect. Takeoff performance is here. Alright, perfect. So, cockpit preparation checklist, please. Gibbets and covers, remove, fuel quantity. We got 15,200 kilograms, and those are balanced. Barrel ref, QNH 1014. Cockpit preparation checklist complete. So we just got a rebrief for 27 right, but to be honest, 27 right, Vara 3 Sierra. And the rest is exactly unchanged. If you're happy with that, then so am I. Alright, good. So, remove the power. What is the brake temperature doing? 290. Fuck! 300 is the limit for takeoff. And we will be using the brakes on our taxi. But yeah, we can legally push with this, so there is no reason for us not to go. Okay, good. So trucks can be removed, parking brake are set. Then let's say grazie to our passengers. Meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, aus dem Cockpit spricht hier Kapitän. Mein Name ist Manuel, im Namen des Wies darf ich Sie ganz herzlich an Bord unseres Airbus A350 auf unserem Flug nach Zürich begrüßen. Die Flugzeit heute wird circa 1 Stunde betragen. Wir erwarten einen weitestgehend ruhigen Flug und eine pünktliche Ankunft in Zürich. Vielen Dank, dass Sie heute unsere Gäste sind. Lehnen Sie sich zurück und genießen den Flug mit uns und wir melden uns dann im Anflug mit den neuen Informationen. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening from the flight deck. This is your captain speaking. My name is Emmanuel and in the name of Swiss, welcome aboard the Airbus A350 on a flight to Zurich. Today's flight time approximately an hour, expecting a smooth flight and an on-time arrival. Thank you for your attention. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight with us. And if there is anything we can do for you to make it more comfortable, please don't hesitate to ask any of our charming cabin crew members. Thank you for your attention, and again, welcome aboard. Okay, so slides armed, pushback, requests is in progress, and ready. Excellent.
Hello, Good, 87 good Hanover ground, push and start approved, facing, push start approved, straight back, no turn.
Hanover ground, good Abend, Swiss 817 heavy, request push and start.
Swiss 817 Hanover ground, hello. Advise able to face northwest onto Lima 1.
We're able to face northwest on Lima 1, Swiss 817.
Swiss 817, push and start approved, facing northwest Lima 1.
Northwest Lima 1, Swiss 817. Okay. So, ground from flight deck, push and start approved, northwest on Lima 1, and the parking brake is now released. Roger, start on the pushback and stand by with your engines. Stand by. Before start checklist. Parking brake, released, takeoff speeds and thrust. V1 141, VR 143, V2 148, flex 69. Slides, armed, nose booster disconnect memo, checked, before start checklist complete. Okay, ground, we are ready for engine start, and the sequence will be 1 and 2. Roger, stand by.
Hanover ground, easy trade 0, request push and start.
Easy trade 0,
okay, so start sequence will be 1 and 2.
Behind you, it's pushing.
Expect delay 3 minutes, easy trade still.
So we gotta wait 10 seconds. I suppose that that just requested push is the guy who is on here.
Swiss 829er.
Swiss 829er, Hanover ground.
Okay, we got 10 seconds, engine 1 start.
Hello, I was just wondering if I could pick up a night returns to Zurich as filed.
Now let's just be fancy today.
As you can see, you find
and we're actually going to do a single engine taxi out. Because hey, after all, this is a line training flight, isn't it?
Yes, because we just received a message that there was a failure in the CPDLC thing, so that said revert to voice, so that's why I'm here.
Swiss 829er, perfect. Advise able to copy clearance.
We are able to copy right now, 829er.
Swiss 829er cleared to Zurich by the Beta 2 Foxtrot departure out of runway 27 left. Flaps and route, climb to altitude 4,000 feet and score 1,000.
Cleared to Zurich.
Okay, pushback completed, set park and brake.
We're at 3
And park and brake is set.
runway 27 left.
And sample
Initial
sounds to
time
do. The
5,000
main idea behind doing single engine taxi out is actually not to save some fuel, but to have less idle thrust from the engines so that we can save some brake temperature. At least today. Alright, so single engine taxi out guideline. Engine 1 start is completed, cross bleed open. So air cross bleed open. Then the APU can be kept running. In that case, switch the APU bleed to off. And here it is off. And then taxi normal procedure, but delay the flight control check and the ECAM status.
Easy trade 0, advise able to push facing
Okay. So that's all looking good.
Push facing southwest, easy trade 0. Easy trade 0, that was just a question. Confirm you can
The
push
tuck
southwest.
is going and
easy trade 0.
he's got the tow bar attached there as well.
Zero,
Then we're
push
basically
and
ready.
Start is approved, facing southwest on the yellow line behind, clear of the intersection. Push to start approved, facing southwest on the yellow line.
Okay, so
behind,
clear signal. Oh, there she is, holding a pin. Looks good to me. Swiss 817, request taxi.
Swiss 817, taxi to holding point runway 27 right via Lima 1, Lima, Mike, and November, cross runway 27 center.
Swiss 817, taxi runway 27 right via Lima 1, Lima, Mike, November, crossing 27 center, approved. Okay, Lima 1, Lima, Mike, crossing is approved and intersection November is already given. Perfect. Clear left side, clear right side. So brakes off, dome light off, let's go. Gotta keep a good eye on our brake temperatures here. 300 is the limit. So brake check. Brakes okay. I think what I'm going to do on this taxi is what I'm doing quite a bit in the real world as well. When you got a difference like that, you know, 115 left, 285 right, just use the left brake only. Not much of a problem. Doesn't create a lot of yawing moment in the real world. Sim is sometimes a little bit over the top there, but in the real world it's fairly easy. And that way we should be able to keep the brake temperatures below the maximum.
Ground, hello, continue. Make sure Foxtrot hold shot of Mike.
Okay, as soon as we are right on Mike, we are going to start the second engine. So Mike's gonna be next to the right. We're on Lima right now. That's Mike. And Andreas, no, you don't need clearance for single engine taxi. You can do that anytime you want to.
Contact your rolling point runway 27 left via Alpha 1, Alpha 2 and Alpha.
Okay, so the right side is clear. Here we go, using the left brake only. Hey, Anybuilds modeled that very nicely. I can actually control the airplane. Pretty well with that.
Taxi via Foxtrot 1, hold short of Delta 1.
Okay, so that's Mike over here. Then let's start engine 2. APU bleed is available. So APU bleed on. And thrust lever engine 2 idle. Engine mode selector ignition start. Then we gotta wait for FADEC to power. 10 seconds. And here we go, engine 2 start. We'll keep taxiing slowly here.
Hanover ground, easy
And
to
Clipper,
go,
yes, the brakes are
Pushback.
absolutely cooling down slowly in the real world. When you arrive at the gate with like 350 degrees upon pushback, you can be happy if you've got 150 to 200.
Tower on 120.180, bye bye.
120.180 is one correction, 817. Bye bye. So 120.180 and the departure frequency. Contact him after takeoff on, what's that, 1190.490. Like that. Okay, engine 2 is running. Hanover Tower, guten Abend, Swiss 817 Heavy, we need 2 minutes, then we're ready.
Swiss 817, Alpha Tower, hello again, what's up?
Okay, so engine 2 started, then crossbleed close. Crossbleed close. Swiss 817, can we continue to the full length?
Swiss 817, Aircraft taxi by Mike, subtrot of runway 27, right.
Thank you very much, Ultra 27 right, Swiss 817. Okay, so then let's continue the procedure here. APU, if not required, off, and it's going off. After start checklist complete, and for that, let's go ahead and do the flight control check next. So full up, full down, neutral, full left.
Speedbird
All right.
87, Alpha Tower, hello.
Neutral, rudder, full left, full right, neutral. After start checklist. Anti-ice, off, flight controls, checked, ground clearance received, after start checklist complete. And then we can do the taxi procedures up next. No changes to the briefing. And the cabin should be ready by now. So, taxi checklists. Flap setting, config 1 plus F, radar on, taxi checklist complete.
0 degrees, 3 knots, runway 27 left, here for takeoff, bye-bye.
Okay, we got 2 minutes, we need 3 when we set takeoff thrust, so we're ready to go. Swiss 817, ready for departure.
Swiss 817, line up runway 27 right.
Line up runway 27 right, Swiss 817. Cabin crew, prepare for departure. That back click spot could really be a bit better. And that taxiway could be a little bit wider. Look at how we have to steer ourselves almost over the edge just to be able to keep the main wheels on the center line. Okay, the right is clear, the left is clear. We had figures from November, so we can line up a little bit leisurely over here. Okay, lineup checklists. So, cabin is secured. Takeoff runway, 27 right full length. Packs 1 and 2 off. Lineup checklist complete. We have the 3 minutes for our engine warm-up, and our brakes are at 265. Perfect. Nonetheless, let's just use the left brake to hold the plane in position here, just to be 100% sure. So, aircraft airborne on the left runway. Then it's going to be our turn up next.
This 817, wind 170 degrees, train out, runway 27 right, clear for takeoff.
Swiss 817, runway 27 right, clear for takeoff. Choose. Okay, are you ready? Takeoff. Stabilized. And flex 69 SRS runway auto thrust blue. Thrust set. Knots.
V1.
Rotate. Pause and climb. Gear up. Nav checked.
Speedbird 87, contact Bremen radar 119er, decimal 490.
Climb radar low, Swiss 817 heavy, passing 1500, climbing 4000. Thrust decline, climb auto thrust.
Heavy, Bremen radar hello identified. Climb to flight level 100.
Climb to flight level 100, Swiss 817. 10,000 blue, flaps 0. Speed checked, flaps 0.
Speedbird 87 on frequency.
Okay, so first pack coming on.
Yeah,
Disregard
Speedbird 87,
this.
your clearance limit was, the initial climb clearance limit was 4,000 feet. You are now indicated at flight level 100. Stop climb flight level 100 immediately.
Flight level 100, sorry for the confusion. He was given a handoff either.
Speedbird 8781, that is common procedure here. As stated in the task, we have an automatic handover to call me immediately when airborne. But now you know for next time, maintain flight level 100.
Oh boy. What a hero.
Papa Hotel Delta Alpha Golf, contact Hanover Tower 120.180, goodbye. 120.180, goodbye.
You know, if he hadn't made that comment about the handover, he might not have been scolded, but that might have been just that bit too much.
Speedbird 87, contact now Bremen radar 125.025, goodbye.
125.025,
Alrighty, so acceleration flow pattern, flaps up, spoilers retracted, gear up, packs on, complete.
Christie 43 formation, say again, requested type of approach.
Christie 43 formation, low approach, target.
Set standard.
Christie 43.
Standard cross check, passing level 52. Now. So now the big question, that's the, whatever that is, Delta Victor 257. Not a Speedbird, like it was called on the radio. He's probably on the next frequency already.
2Z490, turn left heading 350.
Left 350, 2Z490.
Approaching, checked. Full vertical speed 2000. Speed vertical speed.
2Z490, turn further left heading 300, cleared island to approach runway 27 left.
Left heading 300 and cleared island.
Well, I'm gonna use my chance to do a little bit of hand flying here.
Swiss 817, contact Bremen radar 125, decimal 025, goodbye.
125.025, Swiss 87817, bye bye. And 1000 to go. Plane radar showing an armed Swiss 817 Heavy passing level 90, climbing level 100.
Swiss 817 Heavy, Bremen, Moin, radar contact, climb flight level 140.
Climbing flight level 140, Swiss 817 Heavy. Thrust decline, climb flight level 140 blue. So a little bit more hand flying for us to do still. After all, it is a line training flight. And I guess once we've done the acceleration above level 100, then we are going to engage the autopilot here. But this is exactly the type of flying that I would do in the real world as well. It's not very busy, it's very good weather, we are fully awake at this time of the day. So get as much hand flying done as you can. Because you never know when your next chance is going to be. It might be in a month. Okay, so intercepting that target speed, and then let's put the automatics on. Autopilot 1. Alright, nice. Let's see if there's any shortcut we might be able to get.
Bravo, descent flight level 170.
Swarm would be good.
Flight level 170.
Approaching. But I have a feeling we're gonna get another handoff pretty soon anyway. You're probably waiting to see that we're getting clear of this gentleman, which we probably are anyway already. Speed, vertical speed, 1000 to go. So that guy's finally turning away from us. Good. And the other one is clear over there as well. I like it.
Swiss 817, continue climb flight level 210.
Swiss 817, climbing flight level 210. Any chance to proceed direct spawn?
Stand by.
Thrust decline, climb flight level 210 blue.
Bravo November, when ready, descend flight level 110.
Alright, so we're up in the air. Now we got a little bit of time available again. Looks like the flight timer is bugged, by the way. That should have reset itself. So we are going to keep the chrono running over here.
Swiss 817, proceed direct 2.
That's Swarm, Swiss 817, danke. Okay, Swarm. Direct, insert. Look at that, long straight line. Why did it go into open climb? Climb. That did not make any sense.
Yeah, last station calling was dropped out, so call it again.
Alright then, we're above 100, so light signs, EFIS is set anyway. Navgates are clear, and optimum 418, cruising 350. I think 350 is totally gonna be fine, so that's it. Alright then, up and in the air, up and on the way. Let's go to the en route chart here, one long straight line to Zurich. Then let's see how long the holdings over there are actually going to be. Climbing flight level 240 with 817. Flight level 240 blue. Alrighty, so finally some time to look into the chat again. Bjarni Loco, yes, this is Flight Sim 24 with the Sim Update 4 beta at the moment. So Frankfurt Traffics, what do they think about the default A330? It's very good. It's really very good. You could sell it as an add-on aircraft for $50, honestly, and it would still be very good. Doesn't have all the features we use on a standard flight, but most of them. So I couldn't be asking for much more. Fairly happy with it. And Christoph, grüezi, guten Abend. Bandit Flight Simulator, any update on the release date for the PMDG 737 in MSFS 2024? Well, if you wait another day, it's going to be one day closer. I guess that's an update. Probably the best we're going to get. And Charlie M, small question. On the arrival before, should the engine out acceleration not be the same as for takeoff? No, it shouldn't. At least, I wouldn't know why. The problem with the engine out acceleration altitude on arrival is that you gotta ensure that you are going to meet the required legal standard in case of a go-around. And for this reason, you could either just follow the engine out sit in case of a go-around with an engine failure, but then you would have to discuss that with air traffic control. Then you could just use, 1,500 feet like you did on takeoff. But if you want to fly the standard engine out procedure, then you gotta ensure that you are going to meet the required legal standard, and therefore we would climb to the MSA like that.
To 817 for higher connect Maastricht, 134710 Hotel.
134710, Swiss 817, schönen Abend.
Stand.
Lufthansa 2324, maximum 5 minutes.
Maastricht, guten Abend, Swiss 817, heavy, passing level 210, climbing 240.
Swiss 817 Maastricht radar contact, climb to flight level 270.
Climbing flight level 270, Swiss 817. Flight level 270, blue.
Air 225, descent to flight level 225.
So, the CPDLC lock on ascent.
Descent flight level 250, 2000 feet, 10 minutes of descent.
And Elton, have I ever had an engine failure in real life? Nope. And Alex, no comment on the iFry.
Speed on conversion 250.
No comment on that.
Seaboard 974 go, descent flight level 310 on the conversion.
Now, Frankfurt traffic, how was the default 737 MAX? Not very good. Not very good at all. It is absolutely worth investing into the iFly. The iFly is a ton better than the default. And Charlie M, yes, you are right. You can leave one engine running in toga for 10 minutes. But that doesn't really make much of a difference to what I said earlier. At least I can't really follow you there, sorry. Perhaps you could explain that a little bit more. Okay, so the lights are on. Are the blue lines still coming from something on the fix info page? Hanover 27 right, Hanover X4. And the rest is completely clear. Huh, interesting.
We got 907 for Golf for separation, turn left heading 050.
Left heading 050, 97 for Golf.
Okay, well, might as well just clear those. So, clear and
with 817
clear.
Contact.
He's got to look up the frequency. Hubert 10, in real-world lineups, how much does Flaps 2 get used on the 737-800? I've used it 2 or 3 times, maximum, out of several thousand flights.
With 817, rate of climb 1,500 feet per minute or greater.
1,500 or greater with 817.
And with 817 until passing flight level 2900.
That's copied, and just to confirm, we're still clear to level 270 only.
Yeah, Swiss 817 for further, contact Rheinräder on 122, das ist 785 vorbei.
122, 785, Swiss 817, ciao.
Iraq Air 225, contact Langenräder on 124, das ist 72.
So, vertical speed, and we got full climb thrust here. Radar schon genannt, Swiss 817 passing 1000, correction passing level 260, climbing 270 at 1500 feet a minute or greater.
This 817 Rhine radar, hello, identified. Climb to flight level 350.
Climb flight level 350 and confirm maintaining the rate until 290.
Affirm.
Roger, danke. So, flight level 350 blue, and we've got cruise blue. So, with the derated climb thrust, we only got 1,400 feet a minute here, and I didn't want to lose any airspeed, so it just went to maximum climb thrust here. As soon as we're out of flight level... Actually, let's go thrust climb. And as soon as we're out of flight level 290, we can then increase, or rather go back to a derated climb thrust. And Christos, I actually don't know when the A220 is coming. I'm sorry. Okay, so, 122875. That's Echo Delta Uniform. So, ATC com, disconnect previous, and we'll go Echo Delta Uniform. Okay, notify. Then let's see if this gentleman is going to connect to our CPDLC.
Daria 427 Rhine radar, hello, identified. Climb to flight level 370.
So we're out of level 290, then we can go right back to auto derate. Here we go. Look at how much thrust it's pulling off. Almost 10% here. That's really making a huge difference to how our engines wear down.
This is 4 Charlie Bravo, nothing further, frequency is approved, bye-bye.
And here we go, CPDLC is connected. Current unit, Rhine radar. Danke. Now, H, sorry to ask this again, but I saw studying the A320 family AFCOM that flags shouldn't be conducted on a contaminated runway, yet it seems nobody really cares about that. Am I missing something? You're right. And I think the main thing that you are missing is that you very rarely have contaminated runways. In the flight sim, it's usually just dry or wet. And even in the real world, I think I've had contaminated runways maybe once or twice so far. In thousands of hours flying. So, it really barely happens. Sometimes we calculate contaminated, just because we think, okay, it might get worse than it is right now, but how often is it actually contaminated? Not a lot. And Hayden, dumb question, when is boarding in real life requested usually? Okay, that's not a dumb question at all, and airlines would have default times specified. So you've got your scheduled time of departure, and depending on the airline, they would say that so many minutes before that, boarding is automatically going to commence. And if you need to delay the boarding as pilot, then you've got to advise the gate of that. We actually have an ACARS page for that, where we can just send an ACARS delay message for the boarding. And then we just tell them when they should start it. Generally, we do start boarding as soon as the cabin is ready. So on the A330, that's usually like half an hour to 35 minutes before we go. May only be 20 minutes though. And Alessandro, how do you get the call sign to show up on your TCAS? Well, that is actually a standard feature on the A350. Should be down here on the surveillance page if I'm not mistaken. Then you go to traffic, and over here you can turn on the flight IDs. And that's how you can turn it on. Actually, I wonder why that went off in first place. We had it on our first flight. No idea why that turned itself off. But here we go.
London radar 125 decimal 2. Have a good one. Sky Jungle 8 Sierra November.
You too, KLM 1756, contact Langen
And
radar.
Valentin, how many years since I've done my very first flight? 15. 15 years since I've done my first flight.
756, contact Langen radar 125.2.
Contact Langen 125.2, KLM 156.
And Hansen Paul, what was the worst failure I had in my career?
Radar ausgeschaltet. Leider war vor 1 minute.
Honestly, I haven't had any bad ones. Mach all stuff. I haven't had any bad ones, so let me rather give you the most annoying failure I had in my career. And the most annoying one was definitely an FCMC 1 and 2. So fuel control and monitoring computer 1 and 2 both failed 3 knots prior V1. And that was my very first line check on the A330. And yeah, well, you know, you're 3 knots prior V1, you see the speed flag flash on the speed indicator, and then nothing happens for 5 seconds, but that thing should absolutely not be flashing at that point. And yeah, then when we started to rotate the aircraft, the flight directors went off, all the modes went off. The FMS lost any of its calculations because without the FCMCs it doesn't know the fuel quantity on board, therefore it cannot calculate the weight, and therefore it stops calculating anything that requires weight with it. And yeah, then on my very first line check on that airplane, I had flown an entire 16 flights beforehand on type. I had to fly an entire raw data departure up to flight level 200. So that was an interesting one, probably the most annoying. But I passed the line check, so apparently I have not completely messed it up. So yeah, that was an interesting one. Overall, I really have to say though, it was annoying, but it wasn't difficult or something. You're trained for that. It was not dangerous or anything the likes. As mentioned, pilots are trained for situations like these. Stuff like that happens in the simulator training all the time, so yeah. You know, you're sitting there and you're like, okay, here we go, let's have some fun.
Mike, turn left heading 115 for sequence.
Alright, so at Ibini they want you in flight level 180. So let's go ahead and enter that, at or below, flight level 180, we're gonna get it anyway, enter,
Left heading 115,
tempi and insert, that way we get a better top of descent, and then let's see if we can already get the weather. So Zurich and Geneva.
Thank you.
Okay, departure runway 32,
you can now call
arrivals expect ILS 28, wind variable 1, PS guys 5 degrees, 1017.
Have a good evening, ECG 420.
You too, bye bye.
Alright, so it's an ILS approach to runway 18, let's go ahead and program that.
Contact Langen 124.730, bye bye.
28 approaches ILS, and probably the relux to 8 transition, I guess, huh?
This is 24 Charlie, contact Langen 125.2, bye bye.
Heavy, insert, let's see.
M Express 120 Alpha, contact Langen radar 125.2,
Yep, that looks about good.
bye bye.
152, goodbye, Express 120 Alpha.
Xavier 427, contact Langen 125.2, bye bye.
So, contact Langen 1252. We'll go and send.
Standard 6 Juliet.
Zero eastbound OSB.
Control contact 120.805, bye.
Begin for Condor 1 Heavy.
120.805.
120.805, choose Condor 1 Heavy.
Langer los, Swiss 817 Heavy, level 350.
Express 120 Alpha, hello, you're identified.
Ecuador to Golf Delta is already online.
817, hello, identified. Continue direct EBV.
Direct Ibini, Swiss 817.
Right.
Right, Ibini with the beam
It's starting
points,
further with
insert.
135.015, goodbye.
Alright, and now we wanted to check our arrival.
230. Grade 87, hello,
So,
identified.
Zurich, chance.
Descent flight level 140.
Parking, ground.
Descent flight level 140, speedbird 87.
So,
Switchboard Charlie
Arm
Bravo,
of
descent
transitions
flight level
to 8, I
10,
suppose that's the one we need.
2,500 feet per minute.
Yep, relax to 8 is right on here. And then an ILS approach runway to 8.
2,500 feet per minute or greater, please. Level 8 Sierra November, contact Munich 133565, goodbye.
So, from relax, we fly via 446 above 100.
81 Charlie, the frequency is 1.
48 above level 80, then we got 450, 452.
Could you repeat 135?
Decimal
Ding dong.
015.
Okay, current unit long radar.
135, 015, shot.
Okay, so then we got 454,
No, good evening, Super Charlie.
45. What is it doing? Not responding.
SS 24 Charlie, hello, you're on
Okay, 456, 458, 460 above flight level 70, 464, and that's above 5,000, and then Rahmen 5,000 in here as well. Well, as itself, let's have a look. Starts on Rahmen 5,000, 3.3 degree glide, so a little steeper than usual, and we got that down here. Now the interesting question is the missed approach. So straight at 2.5 DME.
117 Echo, maintain best forward speed.
That's that one. Left turn 193, intercept 241 outbound until 10 DME from the Wilsau, then right 328 and intercept 013 in Monkey Paul. Alright, and all of that looks good. So for the performance, descent 84 and 286. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to change that Mach number here to 0.75, which is our cruise number. So 0.75, 286 on conversion, that looks good to me. Then please give me the Atus again. So, wind is calm, 0 and 0, temperature 5, QNH 1017,
Swiss 4 Echo Tango, good arrival 125.
like that, and for the minimum, we've got 2,100.
125, decimal 355.
15355,
Alright, position
Swiss 4
monitor,
Bravo, contact 133, decimal 905, goodbye.
Zurich 28, and last but not least,
No, that was for Swiss 4 Charlie Bravo. 133.
around is to 4,000 feet at first, and the MSA is 4.5, so let's do engine out acceleration in 4,000. Okay, great, and that's our FMS setup done. Then let's set up the auto brake.
Lufthansa 78 Whiskey Langen, go ahead.
So Zurich, please. Here we go.
Lufthansa 78 Whiskey, radar contact, expect ILS runway 07, turn right heading 220.
Oh, come on, that thing is bugging. Give me that runway, please. 28 selected, and we can vacate right over here.
27 Bravo, cleared ILS runway 07.
Do we have any exits? Do they not have exits marked on that runway? No, they don't.
0 Juliet, reduced to Mach 76.
Okay, in that case we select the runway and fine with me as well. And auto brake selected. Good. So, ready for the briefing?
Swiss 24 Charlie, proceed now to relax.
This is going to be
Charlie, descend flight level 18,
Relax
level
to
10
8
miles,
transition
40
for an
knots,
ILS
and
approach
keep good speed
runway
and
to 8 the MSA up to 5,600 in the north
27 Victor, contact 124, decimal 7
and extra fuel and time 50 minutes, 4,400 kilos. Alright. Flight director guided ILS approach, config full, vacate the runway. We'll actually have to ask ATC where to vacate to, whether it's going to be left or right. So we'll have to discuss that with ATC. Alright, apart from that, nothing special, nothing non-standard. Terrain is a bit of a threat on the arrival, and since the weather is so clear, let's just change over to the terrain display straight away over here. Apart from that, got nothing special, nothing non-standard.
Ocean 8 Delta,
and
contact 125,
no threats. Any questions?
355.
No? Alright, perfect. That's our briefing complete.
Bearings 27 Bravo, clear.
Let's say bye-bye to our passengers.
Wind is, I don't know what the wind is, bye-bye.
The wind is? I don't know what the wind is. That was a nice one by ATC. Meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren von aus dem Cockpit, Ihr Kapitän, wir kürzen unseren Flug in Richtung Zürich beginnen. Wetter dort aktuell klare Himmel, Temperatur 5 Grad. Vielen Dank, dass Sie heute Swiss für Ihren Flug gewählt haben und wünschen Ihnen einen schönen Aufenthalt, gegebenenfalls eine gute und sichere Weiterreise. Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, this is your captain speaking. In a few moments we'll start the descent to Zurich, and the remaining flight time is about 25 minutes, depending on the traffic. The weather over there, clear skies, a temperature of 5 degrees. Thank you very much for choosing Swiss for today's flight, and we look forward to welcome you again in the future. Okay, cool. So everything's done, and then we are ready to go down as soon as ATC is ready. Well, 10 miles. Let's request it just now.
120 Alpha, descent flight level 250.
Flight level 250,
Swiss 817, request descent.
Can descend now to level 230.
Sorry, this was clocked. Please say again. 100 Echo.
Yeah, 117 Echo, descend level 230.
Descent flight level 230, 100 Echo.
So the Eurowings 2 Echo Mike, flight level 240.
Eurowings 2 Echo Mike,
And Charlie, thank you very much.
300.
Flight level 300, Eurowings 2 Echo Mike.
Swiss 817, request descent.
Swiss 817, descent flight level 240.
Descent level 240, Swiss 817.
Swiss 44 X-ray, contact 122785, bye-bye.
Descent alt flight level 240 blue. Okay, so H, as asked earlier, engine out acceleration below the MSA. Yes, if the missed approach altitude is below the MSA, then you can accelerate below the MSA. So, if we just look at this again, you can see the initial climb is 4,000 on the missed approach. Down here. And
Swiss 117, echo rate 2,000 feet per minute, correction, yeah, 2,000 feet per minute.
Swiss 817, please confirm 2,000 feet a minute or greater.
Negative 2,000 feet per minute exactly.
2,000 exactly, Swiss 817. Mach vertical speed.
817, that was not for you, that was for 117 Echo. Swiss 117 Echo, rate 2,000 feet.
Okay, not for us, fine.
Right, 2,000
Thrust
feet
descent,
per minute.
descent. It's gonna be interesting separating this. Look at that, you got the Swiss 117 Echo here, then the Eurowings behind that, and there is only 20 miles to the next aircraft. That means there is one aircraft too much. Let's see, are they both going to Zurich?
78 Whiskey, descend 5,000 feet, PNH from
Doesn't give us the destination, okay. But these gentlemen here are doing 458, roughly the same as we are, and the Eurowings behind that. Already slower.
Swiss 117 Echo, speed 300 knots or greater.
Speed 300 knots or greater, Swiss 100 Echo.
Swiss 817, speed 260 knots or less.
Swiss 817, speed 260 or less.
Hearing 60 Juliet, speed 280 knots.
B280 at 6.
Thrust dial, open descent.
60 Juliet, descend, flight level 240.
Flight level 240, 60
Oh,
Juliet.
that Eurowings has definitely turned. Alright.
Hungarian Toyota Yankee, descend with flight level 240, information from the onboard.
3 Hotel Yankee, hello, Kirch Beza 5 Bravo arrival, descend flight level
And
110.
anti-cooperative, yeah, we're flying Swiss. I can keep the accent on. Better not do that in Switzerland though, they might get angry at us, but you get the idea. You get the idea.
So 78 Whiskey, turn right, heading 050, cleared island, correction, 040, cleared island, 07.
Right, heading 040,
Alright. And anti-cooperative, yes, that VOR, it's a VOR actually,
Charlie, contact 133,
is called Wildsau. I prefer to call it Wildsau, but you get the idea.
Good evening, West 8tempo, level 310.
Where is it? Down here. Willisau. Somebody did not like William.
Apologies, last station confirmed was Wizard.
Yeah, with the 874.
Nonetheless, I like the humor of people giving names to waypoints.
Direct to Ibini with
just
the
saying Dick, Cock, Lull. All of those in Belgium. I think Lull might actually be in France. It better is. Means cunt if I'm not mistaken.
Swiss 117 Echo, contact 133, that's
okay, control about terminated CDLC.
310.
Check.
Correction, keep speed to 300 knots exactly.
300 knots and 123 905. 100 Echo.
We might as well pre-select that already.
Swiss 817, stop descent level 250.
Stop descent level 250, Swiss 817. Flight level 250 blue. Now Thomas, very good question. How do you determine the go-around climb gradient on the ILS chart to choose the right minimum? So,
Swiss 23 Foxtrot, thank you.
in the simulator, not at all. Because the landing performance calculator unfortunately doesn't give us that data. In the real world, you simply use the landing performance calculator, which includes that data.
Direct upkeep, Eurowings Echo Mike.
So in the real world, once you've calculated this, you would get things like the go-around gradient as well. You can even go ahead and enter a required gradient in the real world, making it really easy. Unfortunately not in Sim. 1000 to go. Speed, vertical speed. So quite a bit of traffic going in there. And I see the first guy turning after relax, which probably means holding. So 188 right turn, 1 minute leg time. Just so that we've got the holding ready already.
Chicago 8400, hello, identified. Time to flight level 310. 310, full closing. Hearing 60 Juliet, contact 133-905, goodbye.
133-905.
And Chris, do I know why PNDG or other developers haven't developed?
133-905, goodbye.
133-905, Swiss 817.
Lange Rede, schönen Abend. Dabei Signal Server auf Flight Level 330.
Advice 317 Hotel, hello, you're identified.
Affirm. Not too well, and 64.
Correct, guten Abend, Wing 60 Juliet and Bad Relax.
Hearing 60 Juliet, it's a radar requested target identified, relax to Alpha arrival runway 28, hold relax established.
Relax to 8 arrivals for runway 28 and hold over relax Wing 60 Juliet.
50 Kilo Golf, descent flight level 160.
Yeah, the guys in front of us are getting cleared into the holding already. Swiss good driving, Swiss 817 heavy, level 250, speed 260. I hear a cavalry charge in the background.
Italy 130 degrees, circle takeoff, flight level 240.
Mr. Darcy, Istanbul to Alpha, flight level 200.
Istanbul to Alpha, so hello to you, identified reduce minimum clean speed. Hotel November 640, send flight level 130.
Flight level 130.
Swiss radar, guten Abend, Swiss 817 Heavy, level 250, speed 260.
Swiss 817 Heavy, so hello to you, identified, relax to Alpha, arrival number 28, hold relax as published.
Relax to Alpha, 28, hold relax as published, Swiss 817. Okay, so the holding's 188 right-hand turns, and I somehow doubt that we're going to fly that arrival. So for the time being, relax, hold, and that should be 188 right-hand turns, and leg time is 1 minute. Okay, and insert. So holding is in here, let's see how that's gonna go.
261 Mike, stop your descent level 240.
And then we can start slowing down. Let's make that 230 is managed. Good, then 230 it is.
261 Mike, cleared the Negra to Alpha arrival and hold Aniki.
We're not going to be holding at 260 knots. No sense holding fast. That's just wasting fuel and you're gaining absolutely nothing.
Hold Aniki and published.
So let's just bring up a star chart here for a moment, just to see.
Oh, sorry, I changed the flight plan. I used the wrong call sign. I call you back.
Relax to Alpha.
This radar,
okay, and that one leads to Amiki, and then we probably have an Amiki transition. Let's just go ahead and enter that.
Mr. Dart is on to Bravo now.
Relax to Alpha, Amiki to 8.
Alright, it's a bit of a mess here. Open on November 64, contact City Arrival 135.230.
And it doesn't. Okay. And we'll do it in 2 steps.
135.230.
Bing. Auto brake off, okay, that's fine. Maintain that speed, please.
Walker 3465 to hello to you, climb flight level 240, identified.
Okay, so that's in. Let's try that again. 280. ILS, relax to Alpha, Amiki to 8. That looks better.
Bravo, hello to you,
So, and then we'll do the holding again. That's gonna be at 188 right-hand turns and a minute.
Oh, no one's paying attention, that's good news. Zero wing 6 November Golf, descent flight level 140 feet per minute.
So you're not supposed to be turning left.
Descending flight level 140.
Please start turning right.
1,000 feet per minute. 1,000 feet.
So the holding should be active.
And so 8 Kilo Golf, descent flight level 150 at 1,000 feet per minute.
Can you repeat that, please? Somebody spoke. Switch 8 Kilo.
Let's just give it one more chance. No?
110,000 feet.
Okay.
Switch 8 Kilo.
Just wanted to Bravo identified, maintain level 200.
Maintain level.
So 230 is okay, and we're holding 188 right-hand turns. That means 008 is the outbound flag.
Issuing 6 November Golf, contact Zurich arrival 135.230.
Here we go, 008. Then we'll have to fly the holding manually. Track. They did not tell us any EAT. That means let's start the... Well, we actually need a timer more than we have right now. Yeah, 20 minutes, so that means 2042 is the latest expected approach.
So 455, descent flight level 170.
So give me a time marker, please, at 2042.
So Circle Tango, descent flight level 180 at 1,000 feet.
Like that.
Can you repeat before to Echo Tango?
Level 180, 1,000 feet.
I suppose we don't need the flight timer anymore, do we?
180 and 1,000 per minute.
Lufthansa 107, continue 122.8.
Oh, this one here is interesting though. Start time, stop time.
Lufthansa 107, schöne Optik.
Yeah, I suppose that start time should be correct. The stop time, clear that.
So 261 Mike, descent flight level 190 at 1,000 feet per minute.
Okay, I guess we can't. That's too bad, but okay, so be it. Alright. Well, I guess we have to live with this, so let's go ahead and focus on flying a proper holding. And Charlie, yeah, just like I said, it's time to fly a raw data holding. That's what we'll be doing.
Swiss 817, proceed now direct Deepole, that's Golf India Papa Oscar Lima, direct
Oh
Deepole.
god. Alright, Deepole Swiss 817, do you already know how long the delay is going to be?
Negative.
Roger. So, direct
So
the
just
Deepole.
for information, the leader currently is waiting about 32 minutes, so 32 minutes is the leader's waiting time.
Roger, thank you. 32, we got fuel for that. The flight plan just fucked itself up completely. Why is Deepole
3465,
2,000 miles away? Okay, let's re-enter it. Runway 28, ILS, and Deepole to 8 transition. And insert. And then, there's Deepole, here it is. Deepole, direct to,
contact with radar 135, decimal 015.
and insert.
Contact 135, decimal
Okay,
015,
now
bye-bye, Walker 34.
you can remain slow, there is no need going fast. Speed 230. And, well, 32 minutes of holding time. Shouldn't be much of a problem. We got the fuel for that.
And Swiss 817, hold over Deepole as published.
Hold over Deepole is published, Swiss 817. So, let's try and find the appropriate charts. Deepole 077 and right hand turns 1 minute lag time.
Center, good evening with 874, flight level 260 inbound EPD.
With 874 to hello to you, identified, proceed now direct Deepole, that's Golf India Papa Oscar Lima, proceed direct Deepole to hold as published.
Direct Deepole to hold as published, 874.
And so, Suburban Wizard 874, if you need the details for the Deepole hold, just let me know.
What's that for us?
With 8170, descend flight level 200.
Swiss 817 descending flight level 200. Vertical speed out, flight level 200 blue. And let's actually slow down a little bit more. 210 will be absolutely fine. As mentioned, there is no sense holding fast. Okay, so Deepole holding. Let's do a very quick holding briefing here. So it's 177 inbound. That means we'll do the special direct entry, so straight ahead for 20 seconds, then we turn right onto the outbound leg and start the timing. And Scott's joining me at Deepole. Yep.
Transition calling, sorry, say again?
Still in 1756 can release the cockpit for around 5 minutes.
And Peter, do I have to leave the time page open the entire flight?
3 minutes, approved.
Which time page do you
That's
mean?
that's also okay. We are picking 3 minutes. Thanks.
I'm not 100% sure what you mean there, sorry.
Flight level 130.
Now, Chris, how do I choose my flights with all the great aircraft choices I have? Man, that is a difficult one. Now, this live stream was easy. I thought about which aircraft I may want to fly again on the channel, and then I simply set up a vote. I think that was on Sunday. And you guys voted A350, so A350 it is. Now, what do I do normally to pick my flights? Well, most of the time what I do is simply to see, okay, which aircraft do I want to fly and what's my desired mission profile. For example, I may be looking for a flight of a certain length. So recently with the A340, the way I've done this is that I looked at, okay, there's only so many A340 flights, so I simply went through which airports I like. So recently, for example, I recorded Swiss 817 descent flight level 180. Flight level 180 blue. So yeah, recently I wanted to do an A340 flight. I was like, okay, I need about 9 hours flight time. So I knew that I wanted to fly Lufthansa, so I went through all the Lufthansa flights, and it turned out that Mumbai was exactly the perfect length. So that's the one I chose. And that's why channel members can now already watch a flight from Mumbai to Frankfurt.
Zurich, Airbus, Austrian 147, information Oscar, passing set level 219 up.
How's the A350 today? Well, after the initial problems, which we fixed by deleting the WASM folder and restarting the SIM, after the initial problems, it's actually working quite okay.
Hold Amica established, Austrian 147.
Weather 874, descent flight level 210.
Maurizio, good evening. Yes.
Level 210 with
How do the pilots decide who is pilot flying and who is the pilot monitoring?
Well, you just talk to one another. So most of the times the captain will be asking the first officer which flight he wants to do, and then that's how it is decided. The first officer says what he wants to fly. Other times, when you go to a certain destination, then you may decide it based on that. What I do a lot is that I look at whether we are flying during daylight or during the night, and I usually want to do the flight during daylight because it means that we are going to be rather well rested and awake when arriving, so I can do a lot of hand flying on the arrival. So if we are doing a westbound flight, then normally I would ask to fly the outbound sector, and if we are doing an eastbound flight or an African flight, then I would usually like to fly the flight back home.
817 contact 128.050.
128.050, Swiss 817.
Louis 901, descent flight
So, latest Oscar. That's still up to date. Papa.
Delta Bravo, descent flight level 160.
Descent level 160, Oscar Bravo.
ED 29084, contact with radar 135, descent 015, goodbye.
Position 135, decimal 015, 298.
Zurich arrivals with 817 Heavy, level 197, descending 180 to join the Gipol holding.
This 817, Swiss radar got Norbert, descent flight level 170.
Descending flight level 170, Swiss 817.
Beeline 5,
flight level 170, blue.
flight level 310, request descent.
Beeline 5, Papa.
Okay, so 257 is the outbound track.
Beeline 5, Papa Mike, sorry, yes.
No worries.
Minus 30 degrees, well, minus 45 degrees for the entry. We're gonna go with a special direct, that's just easier.
Beeline 5, Papa Mike.
So that's gonna be 167 degrees. And I suppose then we need the clock over here. So let's have that ready.
Should not already down. Yankee Bravo, this radar, good evening, identified. Climb flight level 240. Climb level 240, Beeline 5 Papa Mike, descent flight level 2.
So most of the aircraft are already pretty low in this holding. That is a good sign usually. What the hell? I pre-selected my track. Why is it?
Beeline 5 Papa Mike, descent flight level 240. Could you say the arrival again, please?
Okay, timing 20 seconds.
Hold that thing, hold.
And you can notice that I am flying all of this in track mode over here.
Evening with 874.
So 20 seconds, right and turn, 257.
Besides Alpha, radar, evening identified.
Then we're gonna do 40 seconds on the outbound leg.
Very good evening,
And we have 1,000 to go.
240. Alta 284 with radar, good evening. Record requested cruising level 340.
So 16 knots of headwind on the outbound, so instead of 40 seconds we're going to make it 56 seconds.
So say again, sorry, you can see. 135.015.
So a little holding briefing over here.
135.015.
The way we do this is normally you have 1 minute on the outbound sector, at least according to the chart here. Above level 140 it's usually 1 minute 30 seconds, but they want a minute over here, so they get a minute over here. All done. So once the wings level.
What's the estimated time for the approach?
Fixed radar, return to True Alpha, descend to flight level 130. On to the Bravo, this radar identified the descent.
Started chrono, 57 seconds or 56 seconds, 16 knots of wind. So the way we do this is we want a minute on the inbound leg until we reach Schiphol. So what we do, because of the wind, is that normally the outbound leg would start to beam the waypoint and the 1 minute lag time. And we are going to add the entire headwind component or subtract the entire tailwind component. And do not rely on what the thing is drawing over here. That doesn't mean anything. And Charlie, yeah, it's a bit like a sim assessment. But then again, that thing happens, that stuff happens in the real world. I've had a case where I lined up on an airport in Africa, and then ATC was like, yeah, report ready, copy clearance. We're like, okay, ready, copy, what does that guy want? And then he was like, when airborne, intercept radial until passing altitudes, then follow radial until so many DME, fly heading blah blah to intercept radial, and he gave us like 4 instructions. I was like, what the fuck? What is this? What are you doing with us, ATC? But yeah, it happens. And you gotta be able to do it on the line. So those assessments actually do have a sense. Now the interesting thing will be to see how well our holding has worked out. Ideally, we should get exactly 1 minute in mount time. And Chris, good question. What was the scariest moment I had in real life? Honestly, don't remember any. I didn't have any scary moments in aviation. You know, aviation is a pretty safe thing, so in order to actually have something scary, doesn't really happen. At least it never did to me.
Easy 1 2 Alpha, question Elvis 901, descent flight level 140.
Please clear flight level 140 in west taxi 01.
This 122 Bravo, descent 4,000 feet, turn left heading 200. Descent 4,000, left heading 200, this 122 Bravo.
Look at that, almost exactly on the inbound leg. Almost. Like, what, 0.4 miles to the left here? Anyway, we're wings level, let's start the timing. And then let's just make sure we intercept the inbound course exactly. And I am going to help myself here. Flight plan, info, fix info. Keep all.
817, descent flight level 160.
And back to 077. Descending flight level 160 Swiss 817. So back to 077. Okay, so keep all, and that's radio 257.
Turn left 180, clear ILS 15 Zulu, report when establishing this 120 Bravo.
Super, good evening, KLM 180, flight level 120.
KLM 120, this radar, good evening, identified direct, Tower Park, climb flight level 240.
So not exactly a minute.
Climb flight level 240, KLM 180.
0874, descent flight level 170.
Descent level 170 with the 874.
Okay, so we're approaching Dipole again.
Quebec Tango, back on deck.
Overflying it now, and route 257.
Dipole as published, speed 250 knots or less.
All the Dipole speed.
And the timer is prepared. Good, so, yeah, that's how you spend your time as a pilot. Aviation is all about waiting. All start.
118.3, für Nova Merci, Südnord zu Bravo.
Swiss 817, any EAT?
2130,
Swiss 817, request EAT.
Swiss 817, negative, but approximately 10 more minutes should be the most of your holding time.
Roger, thank you. Okay, 10 minutes maximum, that's easy.
Louis 901, contact arrival 130.56.
Not much to worry about then.
130.60,
And Alpha Polo, how did you calculate the holding to be 1 minute? Actually, I didn't. I just read the chart. 1 minute. Easy as that. And it doesn't matter how fast you fly. Well, it does matter because there are published maximum speeds, but standard holding definition below level 140 is 1 minute lag time, above level 140 is 1 minute and 30. But the chart specifies a custom holding here at 1 minute, so we do 1 minute lag time. Okay, we're wings level, waiting until we're beam Dipole.
Direct to zone flight level 240, attack 40 Charlie Golf.
And as soon as Dipole goes through the 90-degree marker, then we're going to start the timing.
Descent flight level 150.
Swiss 817, descending flight level 150.
Swiss 55 Juliet, descent flight level 180.
FBA alt, flight level 150 blue. So, timer's running. Now, last time we needed a little bit too long on the inbound leg, so let's go ahead and reduce the outbound time. 16 knots of wind. Let's use 8 seconds extra this time, so we're going to make it 1 minute and 8 seconds, and then we start the right-hand turn.
Descent level 160 with 874.
Louis 317 Hotel, descent flight level 190.
And Johan van der Werf, what do I find hardest in my job?
VLAN to Quebec Tango, descent flight level 200.
What do I find hardest? Honestly, good question. I wouldn't say that I find anything particularly hard. It's just a lot of things that you gotta be aware of and that you got to master. Okay, so we're approaching the inbound turn. 1 minute 8. Track 077.
This 55 Juliet,
the timer is prepared.
170.
Now, Swiss pilot, hi Manuel, do you have any tips or recommendations for preparing for the DLR test? I'll start. I'm not sure if they are still publishing the computer-based training aids. If they do, then study them as much as you can. That's probably the best piece of advice I can give you. Study the preparation material they provide. And, you know, do every single one of them at least 20 times. Especially the ones that you find the most annoying, or the hardest, because those are the ones which will need most training. It's exhausting, it's annoying, but you want that job, do you? So you gotta do that study.
Flight level 240.
And Hans-Von Powell, what's my opinion on Aero News Germany? Well, he's investing a lot into his channel. He's a really dedicated guy. Apart from that, I don't really have an opinion on him. I mean, he's a fellow pilot, he's a fellow YouTuber, what should I say? Obviously I could go like, oh yeah, his content is so great, blah blah blah. No, honestly, obviously it is. The number of subs he has absolutely shows that. He's a great guy. Alright, wings level for the inbound, let's start the timing. We should, in the best case, get 1 minute. And let's ensure that we get onto that center line exactly here. And Fusion Game, have I ever done any crazy stunts in those airliners? Well, not in the liners, but in the simulators? In the full flight sims, when you have like 20 minutes of time left at the end of the session? Let me phrase it that way. My previous employer had some gates built in, or some checkpoints, let's call them checkpoints, underneath the Tower Bridge in London. And they had a very detailed London scenery in there. When you passed any one of those gates beneath the Tower Bridge, that would more or less immediately get you tea without coffee. Or tea without coffee? God damn it. Tea without biscuits. And it was pretty much 1 minute over. That was quite good.
316 radar identified, climb flight level 170.
Flight level 120,
Bedroof, hi. I'm live tracking your flights in VATSIM radar. Really nice to see all those holding patterns. Yeah, I guess so. And anti-cooperative, would you say it is a good way to practice remembering long clearances if you can't type or write rather quickly? Well, you got to. Despite all the aptitude tests that we do, let's just be honest over here. You're not going to be able to remember more than 3 figures. So, if ATC wants to give you a long clearance, they will tell you about it. Then you get yourself a piece of paper. You know, you got the printer down here. Just press the slew button. Get yourself some paper out there. And then you will be writing that clearance down. And if you don't get the entire clearance written down, tell them to say again. Honestly, that's how you do this. Yes, you do those aptitude tests. They do want to see that you can remember stuff, but let's be frank here. You can remember as much as you want. In the real world, you will write the things down. You get yourself a piece of paper, and then you do write it down, no matter what. Alright, so we're abeam. The 90-degree marker is about to pass Gipol. Once it does, we'll take timing. The wind is still 60 knots. And we're passing Gipol now. Timing. Now, Philip Olar, how long does it take to learn all the FCOM? Well, the self-study phase during a type rating is normally 2 weeks. So, normally you'll have 2 weeks to learn the entire FCOM. Obviously, though, you're going to read all of it. You will practice the theoretical questionnaire that you will have during your exam. But obviously, during the rest of your type rating, you will still learn a lot. Don't think that after those 2 weeks you're going to be able to, you know, quote the entire FCOM from your head. If you're able to do that, then being a pilot is probably not the right job. Get something that earns you serious money. So, I would say overall a month to a month and a half until you are really proficient when you start your type rating on the theoretical knowledge. But even then you will still learn a lot of stuff afterwards and when it comes to practical flying. So we're waiting for 1 minute and 8. Got that worked pretty well last time, and here we go. Turning inbound. Look at that, the holding that it's drawing is actually not too bad. It's actually doing that quite well. It's just that it's not able to fly it. Because that would make our time a lot easier. And Joran, what's the longest I've been in a holding pattern in real life? I don't know, 10-15 minutes or so. Actually, no, that's wrong. That is completely wrong. I was thinking about my 737 ops here, and over there it was 10 or 15 minutes. In the real world, 45. And that was rather recently, when we flew to Florida. And we were still in cruise level, and we had to enter the holding because the destination airport was closed due to a thunderstorm moving through. And yeah, down there we've been in the holding for 45 minutes. After that we decided, thanks, we've had enough, and we diverted. And Chris, the last time I did a go-around in real life.
817, descent flight level 140.
Descent flight level 140, Swiss 817. FBA out, flight level 140 blue. So, Chris, the last time I did a go-around in real life, that must have been about a year ago, maybe a year and a half or so, I don't remember exactly.
135, 015.
And Equilibrium, I'm going to be beta testing the Aerosoft Tolus A340-600. I will not beta test it, but I will absolutely fly it once it is released. So, wings level, start the timer. And RH simulation, the holding above level 140 is 1 minute 30 seconds and below it's 1 minute, isn't it? Normally yes, but if the chart tells you otherwise, in this case it does, it specifies 1 minute lag time, then we have to use less.
35 Juliet, descent flight level 160. Swiss 817, descent flight level 130.
Swiss 817, descending flight level 130. Flight level 130 blue. And Peter, will I ever return to X-Plane? No. X-Plane is not my thing. I've had such a bad experience with it, and that's 1000 to go. And I honestly don't see any advantage from using it. What's that message for us? Oh, he'll say it again. No, it was for Airbus. And Charlie, yes, he's had maximum 10 minutes, 10 minutes ago.
817, contact arrival 130.560, schönen Abend.
130.560, Swiss 817, schönen Abend. Arrival, guten Abend, Swiss 817, heavy descending level 130.
Swiss 817, Zurich arrival, cleared, please.
Hansen Powell, we do not answer questions about the airline I'm flying for. And we do not even answer if I'm flying for that airline or not. So my apologies for deleting that. Now Equilibrium, what's my favorite holiday destination that I've recently flown to in real life? That's gotta be Punta Cana. Because I don't get many of the flights to the Maldives or that stuff. Alt. So, time marker reached. So, a couple points here that are worth mentioning. First of all, when we entered the original holding, he told us that he cannot provide an EAT. Or rather, he told us he wouldn't provide an EAT. If there is no EAT provided, then holding is expected to be 20 minutes or less. That's why I set the time marker down there. Now, as you can see, those 20 minutes are up, and we're still holding. And yeah, more than 10 minutes ago they told us that we would be holding for 10 minutes or less. We are still holding, so I think it's reasonable to ask for an update. Swiss 817, how long is the wait going to be?
This 817, you're also in the next wave, so approximately 5 to 10 minutes from now.
Roger. Okay, 5 to 10 minutes. We do have 11 minutes to spare. Swiss 817, just for our planning, are there any holdings into Geneva?
Swiss 817, not that I see.
Roger, thank you. Okay. So, 1 minute 8, let's start the inbound turn.
Departure cleared, identified ground flight level 1.
077.
Easy 2 Alpha Mike, contact with radar 128.05, turn flight, bye-bye.
Inland Sanaria, talk about beta testing. Do you know if you will be getting the NG early? Cannot wait for it. I do know whether I'm going to get the NG early, but likewise, I am not allowed to say anything that I may know there, because as you guys know, I'm beta testing for PMDG, and for the 737 I'm a technical team member, so I'm not allowed to talk about anything there. I cannot say whether I am going to test it, I cannot say whether I may already have it, I cannot say anything about the shape it is in, if I even know that. So I'm just not allowed to say anything about that.
70 Mike, 1 flight.
And Charlie, we don't really need to put Geneva into the secondary flight plan. If we divert, we just change the destination in the primary. And that's it.
Shamrock T22, stop climb flight level 9, is 0. Stop climb flight level 9, S28 Lima, turn right, heading 1.
Okay, so we're getting wings level.
Heading 170 Lima.
Timing should be a minute to Gipol. The time check on the inbound sector of the holding basically serves as a confirmation that the wind correction we did is correct, respectively that the wind reading we get is correct.
80. Climb flight level 80,
So 7 minutes of holding that we got left. If we can't make that, then it's off to Geneva. Because while Zurich has a lot of runways available, I do not want to risk going into a fuel emergency here with that amount of traffic. That's just not worth it.
70 Mike, contact with radar 128.050, share flight, bye-bye.
128.05, confirm 128.050.
70 Mike, 128.050.
So, crossing Gipol.
Thank you very much, sir.
Shamrock C2, ground flight level 120.
257, here we go. So we can do this holding, and if we don't get to start the approach in the next one, well, after the next one, then it's off to Geneva.
1076, ground flight level 120. Flight level 120, 6175, turn left, heading 120.
One of the things that we have to keep in mind in regards to the fuel planning over here is that the alternate fuel that we got from our flight plan includes fuel for a missed approach in Zurich, then climbing up to an intermediate cruise altitude, and then flying to Geneva. So if this tells us 5 minutes and a standard holding takes 5 minutes, well, 4 minutes, then we can fly this holding, and then when we're inbound to Gipol, I will confirm with ATC, and otherwise we're off to Geneva.
1050, turn flight, bye-bye. Radar, 128.050.
And Charlie, thank you for providing that Geneva weather. Kavok 5 degrees, 28021017. That does sound good.
6175, continue.
Just for everyone to be able to see it themselves, let's quickly grab it over here.
Victor Lima, turn left heading 040.
So update that.
Left heading 040.
And we're a beam depot. Timing. So that's what it looks like. ILS 22, transition level 80, 2802, Kavok 51017. That's good. So just a quick check on the OFP. Geneva. Just in 8,000. Like, you gotta be kidding me. I will stay up here.
Flight level 80. Descent flight level 80. Lima.
Swiss 817, can we get another update on our sequence in the approach?
Swiss 817, I'm about to leave you off the holding. Give me 2 or 3 minutes.
Roger, just be aware this is the last turn we can do in the holding, otherwise we have to divert. Alright, a minute 8, let's turn inbound.
38, departure grid, climb flight level 120. Victor Lima, turn left heading 010. Left heading 010, this is 3 Victor Lima. 1076, contact with radar 133.9. Turn flight, bye-bye.
Okay, so let's see what he's going to make out of this. The problem is, it's really, really tempting to commit to Zurich now, but with that much traffic, with that much traffic, it's really a difficult decision.
3 Victor Lima, turn left heading 310, descend 6,000 feet, connection 1017. Left heading 310, descend 6,000 feet, connection 1017, this is 3 Victor Lima.
I suppose what we can do, Geneva is off to the west, southwest-ish, so if we just turn outbound again,
flying heading 050, moving cancel.
heading 050, and just to confirm, our speed is 210 at the moment. You want us to increase 220?
You can maintain 210 in that case.
Maintaining 210, heading 050, Swiss 817. Thank you. Okay, holding cancelled, that's good.
1 Alpha Bravo, turn right heading
In that case,
030.
exit the holding.
Right heading 030, 1
And then let's put direct 445 up here. Present position direct 2. Insert.
210 knots.
And maintain
And we're turning 030 degrees.
Okay, good.
Right, Lima, turn left heading 010.
That was about the very latest we could accept, huh?
3 Victor, Lima,
Extra reads minus 0.1 at the moment. That's okay.
approach from the 6,000 feet, 3 Victor Lima. Right, Lima, turn left heading 35.
Man, that was literally the last possible minute here. Literally the last possible minute at all.
6175, speed 200 knots.
Speed 200 knots.
Left 901, turn
Okay, so
010.
Right heading 010, ready lights,
Equilibrium. Sorry, I'm not going to answer that question because it would basically give away the airline. So, can't really tell you that. But I'm type rated on both. So, there's always that.
Lima descent 6,000 feet, connect Zurich 1017.
So, something that's just really nice to see here, if we look at VATSIM radar, those were our holdings. I would say they look quite okay for being manually flown, do they?
Descending 310, cleared ILS approach runway 28, east 6000 on the glide, Swiss 281.
And 6175, turn left, heading 030.
Turning 030, bid and 6475.
180 knots operated until 8 p.m.
That was unreadable. So, where is he going to vector us now? Are we going back onto the other side?
817, turn right, heading 180.
Right, 180 Swiss 817. Any more delay expected?
Nope.
Okay, heading 180.
3 Victor Lima, free speed. Free speed, 3 Victor Lima.
Now, the situation isn't getting any easier in terms of fuel management because
Lima, speed 180 knots operated until
right now,
180 or greater until 80 meters.
with those vectors, you can see our expected fuel at destination isn't getting any more. Now minus 0.4, that means either we divert now or we're stuck. I mean, there's always Friedrichshafen on the other side of Lake Constance, but that's not exactly an airport you want to go into if you can avoid it. So he's assured us a couple times now that we are now getting in, so I'm going to keep it that way. That means alternate fuel, now 0. We are now committed to landing at our destination in Zurich, and that way we now got 27 minutes extra fuel. But the option of diverting is gone. Now that he told us we are now going in for the approach, we can kind of accept that. But if anything goes wrong now, then we're definitely down to... Oh.
Clear of conflict.
Over to tower.
What was that?
Lima, tower 1181.
The guy's 5,000 feet below us. Why did that generate a resolution advisory?
817, descent flight level 110.
Swiss 817, descending level 110. First dial, open descent out, flight level 110 blue.
12 Alpha Bravo, descent flight level 110.
Descent level 110 if you want to Alpha Bravo.
And Felipe, did I ever have to divert on VATSIM? Yes.
Tower 1181 to 21, bye bye.
Line 6175, speed 180 knots operated until 8 p.m.
Speed 180 greater until 8 p.m.
Scott Camp, done with my San Francisco to Zurich flight. First time flying into this much traffic was in my pants, but made it. Yeah, it's Zurich on Tuesday evenings. That's what it's like. Speed vertical speed 1000 ago.
Delta, climb flight level 120.
Like 70 Delta, climb flight level 120.
And smooth time, at what point would you announce a mayday for low fuel and what call sign would you use? Well, the call sign would obviously be the one that we are flying with, so Swiss 817. And the moment we have to announce mayday fuel is when the expected fuel on landing is less than what we need for 30 minutes flying. So basically, when that one down here
is expected to, or when the expected arrival fuel is going to be less than the final fuel here. Now, when... What's that for us again? No. Okay, so assuming that our expected landing fuel would go somewhere below 3 tons, right now it's 4.9. Assuming that it would go below 3, then I would declare minimum fuel, and we got out. And that minimum fuel call would be a message to the controllers telling them, if you delay me any further, then I will have to declare a mayday because of fuel. So you got the minimum fuel call as protection, and then when the actual expected landing fuel is less than final reserves, then you would declare mayday. And the call for that would be mayday, 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 fuel, Swiss 817. Some operators may want you to do it the other way around, mayday, 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 Swiss 817, fuel. Left heading 130. Left heading 130, Swiss 817. So heading 130. This is not what I call no delay. Alright, so let's go ahead and tidy that flight plan up a little. Delete and delete.
13905, hearing 7 to Delta, please on.
Actually, may delete one more.
Sorry, this is flight 52, let's go to an orbit, flight 713,
okay.
Holding at speed, full of the defense, mission
And here's a little bug for you guys. The inbound waypoint is Zulu Hotel 451, as it should be. But look at the flight plan. It's missing. So we're now getting vectors for the ILS approach runway 28. Can I do more vectors to Copenhagen on Mondays? If I find the time, then probably, but I gotta find the time first. You know, that's the big problem. Normally I'm not recording videos in the afternoon or evening. I'm normally recording in the morning or in the noon. And Felipe, yes, we are now stuck to landing in Zurich. And H, the green dot is down here at 182. Left 100, Swiss 817. So, heading 100. And Swimming Club, if it really came to a fuel emergency, then ATC would immediately clear anyone out of the way. We'd get a straight in approach and we'd get clear to land. Obviously, if other aircraft are safely in front of us, they would just keep him in the approach. Likewise, if there are others behind us, it's not like they would immediately turn anyone away for no reason. They are sensible, at least in the real world. In VATSIM, some are really good, others not so much. Most are okay. So, you know, if we declared fuel emergency now, I would expect the vector somewhere to here. So just about a 4-mile base, and then a beam Ramem, base turn, final turn, in. That's what I would expect if I declared a fuel emergency now. And Charlie, already been 1 hour since top of descent. Yeah. And Felipe, we are talking quite some paperwork here. When something like that happens, you would have to explain the entire decision-making process. You would have to explain why you didn't divert, which in our case would be rather easy to explain, because ATC kept telling us delay is less than 10 minutes. And they did that for the first time. Or for the first time, to be fair, they said less than 20 minutes. Then we waited those 20 minutes. Then we asked, they told us less than 10 minutes. And we had 45 minutes extra fuel, remember that? So when they said less than 10, we still had fuel for about 20 minutes. Then we asked them again when we reached the decision point whether to continue the approach or divert. They told us again.
Turn left heading 070.
Left 070, Swiss 817. So then they told us again, yeah, you're gonna be next. Then we got in, and if they then give you further delay, even after we've already told them, like, okay, if we can't get in now, then we will have to divert, then it would clearly be on air traffic control if it came to the fuel emergency. But we would have to explain all of that, and basically the paperwork would have to show that we didn't miss the point where we should have diverted. But at the moment, we're getting in, so except for the fact that VATSIM seems to have real problems telling you how long your delay is going to be, often they just tell you the delay in their own sector without telling you what might happen down the line. Remember our last flight in Copenhagen? Very same thing. So that's kind of typical VATSIM behavior. In the real world, they obviously know that down the line as well.
Contact with radar 128.050.
128.050, confirm Edelweiss 9 Bravo.
Edelweiss 9 Bravo, that's correct.
And Lorenz, I'm flying full time.
128.050, thank you, bye bye, Edelweiss 9 Bravo.
It's 817, descent flight level 80.
Swiss 817, descent flight level 80.
First
right, low and descend all flight level 80 blue. Alright, I think we can already extend the center line.
In about 3 to 4 minutes.
So, Ramem. Direct 2, course in, 273 looks correct, insert. And heading. Now what is the terrain display doing here? It tells me there's terrain up to flight level 115, but nothing.
Left heading 050, Edelweiss 901.
Put an RBX with 1 Romeo Tango.
Alright, then going for level 100. Lights, signs, EFIS. Cabin crew, prepare for landing. Okay. So that Swiss is 1,200 above, that's not going to be a problem.
Left 901, turn left.
Approaching.
040.
Left heading 040, Edelweiss 901.
817, turn left heading 020.
Swiss 817, left 020.
Put an RBX with 1 Romeo Tango holding at 020. Select level 150.
1,000 to go.
Romeo Tango.
Speed, vertical speed.
I will go at an RBX.
So expected landing fuel is now 4,000. That leaves us with 19 minutes, 1.7. In other words, we can fly go-around and only declare minimum fuel. We don't need to go Mayday fuel in case of a go-around, but then it has to go fast. Lorenz, no comment on which airline I'm working for, sorry. And Gigi, is it bad to use the speed brakes a lot in the Airbus to slow down? No, it's never bad to use the speed brakes. That's, you know, something that some pilots think and that is circulating a lot on the internet, but using the speed brakes is not bad. All-star, sometimes you have to, and when you have to, then you have to. There's nothing bad associated with using speed brakes. Alt.
Base 817, turn left, heading 310.
Left heading 310, Swiss 817.
Easy 12 Alpha Bravo, turn right, heading 120.
Heading
Right,
310.
heading 120, 12 Alpha Bravo.
So, India Zulu Whiskey
12 Alpha Bravo.
is identified and correct.
Base 12 Alpha Bravo, right, heading 120.
Right heading 120. Is it increased speed or we still have to maintain 210 knots?
Still 210 knots.
Roger, maintaining 210 knots if you want us to.
Base 8170, send 6000, United Zurich 1017. Clear as approach runway 28, leave 6000 with the glide. Speed 180 knots or greater until 8 km.
Swiss 8170, Sun 6000, QNH 1017, cleared ILS runway 28 to leave 6000 on the glide, speed 180 or greater until 8 DME.
LS 901, turn right heading
Okay, lock blue,
90.
and that glide slope does look sensible.
90.
Plan 3 single, glide slope localizer blue.
That's ready, last 901.
Lock start.
Left 901, affirmative, right
Approaching.
heading 090.
I'll take it all the way down to 6000
Level
and
90.
then we can talk about reducing our speed.
Right,
18 miles out, 210,
090,
absolutely fine.
and,
Right, activate approach phase and approach checklist please. Barrow ref, QNH 1017, minimum is Barrow 2100. Runway condition, dry, auto brake. No, that deactivated itself. See, that's why we're doing these things. Landing runway set, runway end is selected, and here we go. So, auto brake BTV. Approach checklist complete. See, that's why we do these things. Even though you only trap something like, very rarely, speed out star lock. Even though you only trap something very, very rarely, you know, if you do something in 1 out of 100 flights, that's fine.
Alpha Bravo, turn left heading 310.
Alt.
Turn left heading 310, using 1 Alpha Bravo. Just for information, we
That's
are going to call Mayday. We're
Speed check,
we
that's
are already on the approach. Just to be realistic. Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. Using 1 Alpha Bravo, minimum speed.
Easy 1 Alpha Bravo, that's a Pan. Yes, continue. Descend 1.
No, if you call it Mayday fuel, that's a Mayday, not a Pan.
28.
Glide slope 4000
6,000 feet, cleared ILS approach runway 28. Just to clarify, we're not minimum fuel, we are using our 30 minutes reserve. We have 1,000 kilograms of fuel. If you want to Bravo, thank you.
That's 901, turn right, heading 01.
And yep, Felipe, there is that guy calling Mayday.
901, turn left.
And yes, it's absolutely allowed to call it Mayday in VATSIM.
Left heading 040 at right 901.
Base 817, contact tower 1181.
1181, Swiss 817, schönen Abend.
Did you want
76 information, Quebec, current runway.
So 180 until 8.
Via Digest 5 steamer departure, climb to 5,000 feet.
Field elevation is 1,400, so we got to be stable in 2,400.
Singapore runway is reached to Digest 5 steamer departure, is up to 5,000 feet, 4670 for with
2,500. 176, read back, correct.
Zurich Tower, schönen guten Abend, Swiss 817 Heavy ILS to 8.
817 Heavy Tower, grüezi, continue number 1, after landing vacate left, runway 16.
Vacating left after landing, runway 16 available, and number 1, Swiss 817.
2,000.
Okay, I'll tell you what, let's do auto brake off and auto brake medium please. If runway 16 is available, then I want to go down there. Shouldn't say auto brake off down here, I think. That's better. Okay, we've passed 8 DME, so flaps 2, and gear down. God, I love using the Wing AGP for that. That gear lever just feels exactly like the real unit.
via Lima.
Flaps 3.
7, cross runway 1. Taxi Lima, Echo 7, cross runway 1.
Kevin, you should be ready. What are you doing? You've had more than enough.
817, wind
Flaps full.
310 degrees, 3 knots, runway
We check.
20,
Flaps full. Swiss 817, runway 28, clear to land. Landing checklist, econ memo, landing no blue, landing checklist complete.
507, looks like you missed Echo. You can continue
1000.
left now on November.
No, that's not correct.
Stand
2,400 is the real 1,000 call. We're just going over some
straight ahead
minutes.
of you.
Left of November and Bravo 341 Entschuldigung.
Approach 1. So we got to be stable in 2,400, but I think that will not be a problem.
Cathay 280, ready for push and start.
Cathay 280, push and start approved, facing east.
See? Stabilized.
Facing east, Cathay 280.
Stand Alpha 10 via November.
500.
Was it for
400.
Swiss 4 Papa Zulu, taxi stand Alpha 10
100 above.
straight ahead via
Check.
November. November to stand Alpha 10,
4 minimum.
Continue.
About 042, contact departure 125, decimal liner 55. Ground 07, push and start approved, facing west.
Is that flying grass we see here?
200.
Why are the buildings flying?
Swiss 176, set score 6, 7,
100.
0, 3.
50. 40.
And
30.
there's traffic behind you,
20.
I call you back shortly.
10. 5.
Spoilers. Reverse green. Decel.
You had 123, taxi holding point runway 32 via hotel.
Taxiing
70 knots.
runway 32 via hotel at Etihad 123.
Manual brakes. And here's runway 16. He said it is available.
So,
Perfect. welcome back to Zurich. I hammered it down onto that touchdown zone because I wanted to make the exit, and it looks like that worked pretty perfectly.
Advice 901, Zurich Tower, great sea, continue approach number 2 after landing, vacate left, runway 16 available.
Continue approach after landing, vacate to the left. Advice 901.
Swiss 176, push and start approved, please.
Push start approved.
Swiss 817, continue taxi via runway 16, vacate via Echo 8.
Continue on 16, vacate Echo 8, Swiss 817.
ED 12 Alpha Bravo, wind 310 degrees, 3 knots, runway 28, clear for land.
Sorry, ED 12.
And guys, it wasn't that hard. Come on. I didn't damage any backs here.
If you had 123, wind 310 degrees, 3 knots, runway 32, cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff runway 32 at Etihad 123.
817, taxi stand Echo, correction. Taxi stand Bravo 38 via Echo 8 and Mike.
Bravo 38 via Echo 8 and Mike, Swiss 817. Awesome job today.
Thanks, good night.
Good night. Alright, Echo 8 is next, and then straight ahead into
Advice
Mike.
901, confirm final approach speed.
Speed is at the moment on right 0, but slowing down.
Roger.
And you're at 2 miles final. Advice 901.
Okay, so Bravo 38 Down here it is. And no following.
FedEx 1522 heavy.
Handling by a shit port.
FedEx
Here we go.
1522, taxi via Echo, hold short of
So,
runway.
APU is available, shut down engine 2.
Taxi Echo and hold runway 28, FedEx 1522.
And our gate is that one over there. Bravo 38.
Device 901, expect late landing clearance, wind check 310 degrees, 3 knots.
Landing here,
On here.
final. Going around.
Device 901, go around, go.
Why is someone going around at a miles final? Like he's got more than enough space behind or in front of him. You go around when you're over the runway and don't have clearance. Then and no earlier. Unless, of course, you're in overtime and you're getting paid by the actual hour, then you go around earlier.
125, decimal 955.
And cash another couple $100 for the flight.
Contact departure 125. 125 to 955.
Come on, airplane, keep going. How much thrust are we using here? 50%. That's not realistic at all.
Device 901, fly standard missed approach procedure.
Missed approach procedure. Advance 901.
Yep, he's got a warning going off.
901, contact departure 125, decimal 955.
So, lights off.
125 955. See you later.
He's still got that warning running. I
Lima, vacate
would
to the
absolutely
right,
turn that off.
310 degrees, 3 knots, runway 28, clear to left.
Vacate to the right, take a
Easy 12 Alpha Bravo, welcome.
Why do we get the avail indication on engine 1?
Delta,
That's not supposed to be there.
By Foxtrot and Mike.
Taxi stand Delta direct via Foxtrot and Mike if you want plus for Bravo.
Alright, 3, 2, 1, and
ready for taxi.
he really stopping at 1 feet.
Papa Zulu, Tower Grid C, continue number 2,
Alright.
after landing, vacate left, runway 16 available.
Stop. Yeah, that was absolutely worth it. Parking brake set, APU running, and shut down. Cabin crew, all doors at park.
Kilo Alpha 07, taxi straight ahead November, hold short of Foxtrot.
Alright, that fuel warning can certainly be cleared here. That's looking good.
This correction, was that Cathay 280 for taxi?
Alrighty. So, let's just go ahead,
280 taxi, holding point runway 32 at Charlie.
turn that stuff off. And with that, welcome to Zurich, everyone. I do hope that you guys have enjoyed this flight. I most definitely did. It was an interesting one. Interesting fuel exercise here as well. So, Squawk 2000, surveillance, transponder standby, confirmed, thank you. Don't need that notepad anymore. So, let's have a look. Brakes hot. Yeah, that's fine. Gear brakes. Alright, so, fuel. We used 11.7. Well, that was interesting. That was definitely interesting. Alright, so you can go ahead and request deboarding, please. Chocks in position, ground power in position. Then we can shut the APU down. That was fun. That was really fun. We should do that more often. I think you guys are probably gonna agree with me on that. Well then, fuel is checked. What else do we have? Engine oil is fine. Okay, so let's do the next crew a favor. Message record, all messages. No start. Bark. But well, no further comment. Okay, cool. So 1, 2, 3. Crew supply also going off. We gotta keep the signs on until all the passengers are out. but we may already turn the batteries off. Clear, 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 and clear. Thank you. Alright then, guys. I think that's all I got to offer you today. Thank you very much for flying along. I do hope that you've all liked it as much as I did. I certainly had a blast at this one. Just answering a couple comments. Hansen Powell, why is the right side always hotter than the left side? Probably because my heavy foot is the right-hand foot, so I'm always braking a little bit stronger on the right-hand side. That absolutely happens in the real world as well, and after every landing you can immediately tell which one the heavy foot of each pilot is. So that's absolutely normal. Well, I do hope that you've all enjoyed the flight as much as I did. One more question from Charlie M there. Procedure question. Are you supposed to release the parking brake once the chocks are in place at the parking position, or is it optional? You are supposed to release it, but when the airplane is overnighting somewhere, then I have a tendency to keep it on, because the engineers are going to take over anyway, and if someone accidentally pulls the chocks out, then the airplane isn't going to roll away. But you're right, procedurally, technically, this would be correct. Parking brake is released. And Moritz, yes, scenery from MK Studios. Now, nice username, I don't know what this channel is for. How often do you use config 3? 80% of the time. I'm honest here, I'm a little bit more open to using config 3 than many of my colleagues. Most favor using config 4, but I'm doing what the green operating procedures tell me to do, which is ultimately what my employer pays me to do, and that is using config 3 whenever it makes operational sense. So if you gotta take an early runway exit like we had to today, then config full can make sense. Generally, we had a short runway today, so config full absolutely made sense here. But, you know, something like in Hanover, where you got 3,000 meters runway, there is absolutely no reason to use config full. It's just wasting 50 kilos of fuel, because that's about how much it uses extra, using full versus 3. And 50 kilos may not sound like much, but 50 kilos fuel, you're gonna drive, that's probably the entire gas tank of your car. So if you want to think about the environment, and you know, if you're the kind of person who may sometimes let their car stand and take the bus instead, then just think about how much 50 kilos fuel are. That's a lot. Really. It's really a lot. So yeah, that's about everything I can say about that. So why not save that fuel? The plane is made to be landed with flaps 3. And David, yes, you can use the speed brake anytime you want to. And Sosenbinder, you're absolutely right. 50 kilos fuel times 1,000 flights is a number that does count. Now, Kakashi, I don't know when I can do the next live stream, unfortunately. I wish I knew, but unfortunately I can't tell you for sure. So I can promise you that there will be another live stream at some point soon, but I can't tell you when exactly that may be. And Afapolo, I have the cabin turned off because you've seen how often we go there. And if it was on, I wouldn't have gone there any more often. I mean, the important stuff is still there. You still have the galley, and honestly, from a real-world perspective, how many times would I go any further backwards than where I am right now? The answer is only to go to the aft galley to get myself some nice salads. Because in my opinion, the economy class salads are the best we've got on board. And that is the only reason. And even then, most people would just send the flight attendants to collect those salads. I'm probably one of the few persons who actually go to the back themselves to collect them. But yeah, apart from that, you know, the crew rest is over here. So why would I go any further backwards than this, which is where the smack box is located? I wouldn't. For that reason, I don't need the cabin. Alright, and that's all I can offer you today. I hope you guys enjoyed this flight. As always, leave your feedback in the comments underneath the video. As always, like, comment and subscribe, and if you really love what I'm doing on this channel, would appreciate a small donation through the Buy Me a Coffee link in the video description below. Thank you very much for watching, and then I'm looking forward to see you all again